Okay. Hello. Welcome in. Um, today is Tuesday, March 3rd. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and um play the Kouri Richins testimony from Monday, March 2nd, which I was unable to do. I was gonna do a recap of Friday's testimony. Um, I did post on my community wall to um, Catch Up Court did a really good recap of that day. I suggest you just go ahead and head on over there. So I'm going to start with Monday's testimony. And then if I have time today, I will um, start today's testimony. So, just for those coming in, this is just for Monday's testimony. So, this was from yesterday. Let me get this going. And I will do my best to not interrupt anything and just let it play.
I must stay put mostly, yeah.
But I will pin the link or put the link, the StreamYard link in chat if anybody
Ladies and
wants
gentlemen,
to
please
come
have a
on.
seat as you come in.
If anybody wants to come on panel and talk about the case, they're more than welcome to. So give me just a minute and I will get that done.
Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
Dr. Eric Christensen.
Let's invite Dr. Christensen in. Doctor, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Drag that chair wherever you need.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Robert. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Eric Dean Christensen, last name Christensen.
Sir, are you employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
You were recently the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah?
Yes, I retired in 2024.
How long were you the chief medical examiner?
I began working as a chief medical examiner in July of 2016.
Did you then supervise Dr. Ulmer?
I did.
Are you familiar with the death investigation for Eric Richins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it from discussions with Dr. Ulmer over the time she was evaluating the case, as well as my subsequent review of the medical examiner's file.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
I did.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
I have many times.
Okay. I would like to first talk to you about cause and manner of death and the statutory requirement for that process. When you have a death investigation, could you please explain how, I guess, what the manner of death choices are and what's the purpose of that, and just
Sure.
describe that for the jury,
Okay.
please.
So, two of the things that the medical examiner is tasked with doing under statute is determining the cause of death and the manner of death. The manner of death is a box that we check on a death certificate that is essentially a one-word synopsis of the circumstances surrounding that person's death. The options available to us, we can certify that a death is a natural death. It can be an accident, it can be a suicide, it can be a homicide, or it can be, in Utah, the death certificate reads could not be determined, what most commonly is referred to as undetermined. And in those settings, undetermined essentially means we don't have enough information to decide which of those other four options best fits.
What's the purpose of that whole exercise?
Again, it's something that's on the death certificate, and so it's part of the vital statistics function that the medical examiner's office provides. All of the deaths that we investigate and deaths that we certify provide information then back to the state. Sometimes that's public safety, sometimes it's Department of Health. Other people will utilize that death certificate data to evaluate the ways that people are dying within the state and attempt to intervene to minimize those types of deaths.
In this particular case, were you stuck between the first four you mentioned, such that you ended up picking undetermined or cannot be determined?
Yes, again, and just to be clear, I didn't sign the death certificate, Dr. Ulmer did, but certainly was involved in discussions around that. And the determination, making a determination of undetermined means that we generally can't decide between two. In this case, I would say actually generally most cases where we certify a death as undetermined, it's because in overdose deaths that we certify as undetermined, it's because I don't know enough about the person's own intent. We see it frequently in the setting, for example, of people that may have depression or other mood disorders, and maybe even prior suicide attempts, as well as they may have substance use history that they use to self-medicate their depression and things. And so if someone overdoses on a drug that they're known to abuse, but they also have depression, if they don't leave a note or something else, then I don't really have a means of, telling just from looking at that, did they mean to do this or is it accidental, incident to their normal drug use? That's the most common scenario in which we certify a death as undetermined. In this case in specific, we did not really have any concerns about suicide in this case, but there had been concerns related to our office that perhaps someone had done something to provide this to him and that he didn't just take it himself, but we didn't know. We had no idea how he got the stuff into his system. And so with that, we were left with undetermined.
So the choice there would have been, as opposed to accident and suicide, it was accident and homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury the way in which the body processes substances? In particular, I'm looking at opiates and the different ways they can be ingested.
Okay, there's a lot in that question.
Yeah, sorry.
Opiates can be consumed in a lot of ways. Even things, for example, like pills that you might get from your doctor, for hydrocodone or oxycodone, opioid-related medications, those can be just taken by mouth as they're usually prescribed, but it's not uncommon for us to see people take those pills, crush them up, dissolve them in liquid, draw them up into a syringe and inject them. It's also not uncommon for us to see those pills crushed and then heated, and people inhale the vapors from that, primarily as a means of getting the drug into their system more quickly. And there's lots of other reported ways that people use things, but those are probably the most three common ways that we see pills abused. People may directly inject just about any drug that's available in liquid form. Fentanyl certainly is. Fentanyl is also available in patches and lozenges and other forms. And so it can get into the system in a lot of different ways. In terms of what your body does with it, fentanyl in specific is metabolized primarily by your liver. There's what they call a CYP enzyme that is primarily responsible for the metabolism of fentanyl in your liver. That metabolism is felt to be mostly determined by how much blood is flowing through your liver. So the more blood flow you have to the liver, the more rapidly it will be metabolized. There are other ways that, sometimes people will metabolize it more slowly, but based on what specific genes they have for metabolism, for that metabolizing enzyme, but mostly it's a function of how much blood is flowing through the liver. And it's then converted very quickly, has a very short half-life in the body, minutes, and is converted to a substance called norfentanyl, which then is eliminated in the urine. Don't know if that
Once it, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Once it gets into the blood, then what's the intoxicating effect? I mean, how does that function?
Sure. So fentanyl in the blood distributes throughout the body. It's absorbed either through the mucosa, the lining of the mouth, or directly into veins, whatever. It gets into the bloodstream. And then from there, it gets into the brain, it gets into other organs. Where it exerts its primary effects on the brain and the central nervous system, where it causes respiratory depression and or cessation. Can also cause central nervous system depression, meaning it alters the way you think, can make you groggy or less than normally responsive and things. But its primary lethal effects are related to its effects on your breathing, and it is dose dependent. So a higher dose will do this more readily than a lower dose, but it will either slow or stop your breathing, and sometimes that has lethal consequences.
The lethal consequences then are from stopping breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And when you stop breathing, death ensues. Does that metabolizing process continue to happen, or does that stop as well?
Generally, it will stop. There are, once your circulation stops and blood is no longer flowing through the liver, you're not going to have that continued metabolism through the liver. But there are a number of changes, large number of changes that are described in the way fentanyl is present in the body after death, that are related to changes in the pH of the body as you start to decompose, and other things that will influence what those levels look like.
When a person, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. So we have a decedent, and in the blood you and the lab personnel determine that there is quetiapine below the threshold of their tools. There is fentanyl at 15 nanograms per milliliter. And then in the gastric fluid, there is quetiapine at about 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, and fentanyl at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. My question then is, based on that hypothetical, is there sufficient information for you to determine whether those two drugs were taken simultaneously or sequentially, and if sequentially, which one came first?
I can't tell you that.
There's just not enough information?
No, you can't derive that information from those values.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up. You said there's drowsiness as a consequence of taking, I assume, opioids of any type. Fentanyl just happens to be stronger?
Yes, fentanyl on a weight by weight basis, 1 milligram of fentanyl compared to 1 milligram of oxycodone or of morphine is the usual reference standard because it is the classic opiate medication. Fentanyl is just much, much more potent, 80 to 100 times more potent than morphine.
So you said there's depression of the respiratory system, drowsiness. How quickly might one start to metabolize, given the fact that they take some fentanyl and it causes their death? Would they be able to metabolize at least some of it?
You would expect so, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of overdose deaths reported in the literature where the death occurs so quickly, and these are primarily in the setting of intravenous drug use, that no metabolism is able to be recorded because they just die too quickly. But generally speaking, we see some level of metabolism.
Let me see. I wanted to. But someone takes an overdose, a fatal dose of fentanyl. It's not then instantaneous death.
It depends partly. I mean, generally speaking, no. It's a function of the dose and the route of administration. So it's going to get into the system more quickly as an IV, or smoking will generally get it there pretty quickly as well. But ingestion would delay that somewhat. But however it gets into the body is going to determine how quickly that happens.
In this case, we have the two things, I think. One is there's some fentanyl in the stomach, the 20,000 nanograms.
Yes.
And also a measurement of, I know I'm saying it incorrectly, acetyl fentanyl.
Acetyl fentanyl, yes.
Does that is that information help you determine how it was ingested in this case?
It's suggestive that it's an oral ingestion. The presence of a large amount of fentanyl in the stomach, sort of the rough equivalent of, several milligrams by volume is, suggests that it was taken by that route, but there's not any way to definitely know that. There is some literature that suggests that the stomach will concentrate it, regardless of where it's from, but it is suggestive of that. And the presence of acetyl fentanyl in the stomach is also consistent with, it is more consistent with this being illicit fentanyl than otherwise. Acetyl fentanyl is a variant of fentanyl that is, in our office, certainly we've only seen it in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
When a body comes in for autopsy, in this case, Mr. Richins' body comes in, is it routine to check for injection sites?
Yes.
And
In this case in particular, there was visible pulmonary edema described at the scene, foam coming out of the mouth, and that is most commonly in somebody who didn't drown or have a history of heart failure is concerning for an opiate overdose, and so we would, in that case, do a thorough check for those.
Oh, for
injection
sites, and none found.
Again, I did not do the exam. None are described and none were discussed by Dr. Ulmer.
Okay.
And I didn't see any in the photographs.
When you in cases where you've seen an overdose death, particularly an accidental overdose death where you suspected inhalation, what's the sort of evidence that you would expect to see
I'm not sure what you mean, inhalation of the substance?
of fentanyl or opiates?
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of look the same from that regard. You may see evidence that they've been smoking. Sometimes you'll see little burns on their fingers or other things from heating it up to smoke it, because they're not actually smoking it in the same way that you smoke a cigarette where you light it on fire and then you're inhaling the smoke. What actually is happening is that drug is being heated up and vaporized and you're inhaling the vapors.
So, in those cases, do you tend to see evidence of that heating up? That is, tinfoil or torches? Or
Certainly, yes, those things can be present at the scene.
Okay.
Commonly are seen at the scene.
Okay. Now, is it common for the people who are left behind to call the ME's office to find out what's happening in the case of their deceased person?
I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not uncommon. I mean, I spend a lot of time, most days I was in the office speaking with family members.
Typically, that would be whoever did the autopsy would be talking to the person who's calling?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ulmer retired in January of 2023?
Yeah, technically, her last day of work was the end of December of 22.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Kouri Richins then?
I did, subsequent to her retirement.
And did you return her call?
I believe I didn't return her call. I believe she was just put on hold and then connected with me.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that phone call?
Yes, I'm not sure where it came from either, but yeah.
Is it consistent with your recollection of that phone call?
I did not have any independent recollection of it until I heard it, but yes, it's me on the phone call.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at the transcript of it?
I have.
Okay. And is that accurate to your,
Yes.
when you listen to the
Yes,
tape?
it appears to be.
Okay. State would offer States Exhibit 2-60 and 2-61T.
He's reviewed it. Certainly we could ask questions if he needs his recollection refreshed. And I think we could move to admit at that point. But if the state would just
I think the state's admitting it as evidence of defendant's words and statements in the relevant time frame.
I misunderstood. No objection.
And so, okay.
We'd ask permission to publish it then if it's offered and admitted.
So 2-60 is the audio recording, correct?
Correct.
And 2-61T is the transcript.
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Those two are admitted. Scott, give me just a moment here, sir. Give that a try.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to listen to this. It's about 9 minutes long, and then I will ask you 3 questions regarding it. Okay, thank you. Can we advance it 30 seconds?
Thank you
The first 30 seconds is-
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to transfer you right now, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'm not hearing it.
Did we lose it, Scott?
I think so. You're
All right, no problem. Let's start over. We're getting quicker at this. Scott, if you would disconnect and reconnect on your end, I'll do the same on mine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. No problem.
Is that Chris?
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy, and so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of
Right.
you?
I do. Yeah, I got
Okay.
the file here.
Scott, did we drop that again?
Yes.
All right, I apologize, folks. Let's try that again. Scott, if you would disconnect from the system, thank you. Then reconnect, please.
If we do any additional microscope.
I'm going to transfer you right.
So much.
Thank you so much. No problem.
Is that Chris?
Hey, this is Kouri Richins. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Can you just kind of explain to me, I guess, she was saying that this kind of supplemental report, I guess, was left out of the first autopsy, and so nothing has really changed. Do you have it in front of
Right.
you?
I do. Yeah, I got
Okay.
the file here.
So can
Yeah, so
you,
just so you know, so we issue supplemental reports, like if once the original report's issued, if we do any additional testing, if we do any additional microscopic examination, anything like that, then we include that. You know, we issue a supplemental report to include that additional information. And sometimes it does change the cause or manner, but in this case, it didn't.
okay, it was just like extra testing done?
Extra tox testing, yeah. So originally the testing, the only toxicology testing that was done was on blood. And so then this was additional testing on stomach contents.
Okay, and so is there difference in that, I guess?
Well, they just tell you different things in the sense of, it tells you something about what, was it, is it been there a long time? Is this something the person's been using for a long time? Is it
Okay,
something they ate? Is it something they, injected? Is it, whatever? And there's different things you can learn by looking at different substances. I mean, we fully expected to find it in the stomach. It's just a question of what was there.
so does this tell you, like, if it was like injected, if he ate it, is that what this, can you tell from this report?
Not definitively. I mean, it seems like, with what the amount that's there, that it probably was ingested. Probably taken by mouth.
Okay, and so the 15 ng, like, is that like a substantial amount? Is that like a trace?
That's a lot of fentanyl in the blood. Yeah, and that's people die with half that amount or less in their system.
Okay, so that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
So what's the next one down, the norfentanyl? What is?
It's a metabolite of fentanyl. It's what your body changes fentanyl into after you take it.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. And then, sorry, just the third one, the acetyl. I don't know how you say that.
Acetyl fentanyl.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just it's a form of, it's a variant of fentanyl that is usually only present in the setting of illicitly manufactured fentanyl.
Illicit manufactured, like a pharmacy?
No. Like a lot of most fentanyl that we see that ends up leading people to die these days is related to fentanyl that's manufactured by drug cartels as opposed to by pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, good Lord. So this is like more of like a cartel. No, I mean, that's not what it is, but
You call this the street fentanyl as opposed to, hospital
prescription.
fentanyl.
Okay, I see. And then is the ethanol, is that alcohol?
That's alcohol.
Okay, and is that like the 279, is that kind of like a substantial amount, or is that like one drink? Is that
Well,
5 drinks?
You can't tell how much it is. And in this case, since this testing was sent, quite a long time after the original autopsy, most likely that's related to, postmortem change, but it could be stuff that he drank. There's not really a way to sort that out. It could be related to decomposition of the stomach contents, or it could be related to stuff he drank. But either way, in the stomach contents, there's no way to know what that level means in terms of, if that was a blood level, that would be the same as a 0.28, which would be, that person would be pretty substantially intoxicated. But because it's gastric contents, you could in theory pull something out and it would be, 100% ethanol, depending on if they just drank a stomach full of, if they just drank a bunch of Everclear or something else. So it doesn't really tell you much about how much they drank or what they drank or anything like that.
I
In
gotcha.
the stomach, and it's not present in his blood. So
I gotcha. Okay. So it's not present in the blood, just the gastric or whatever.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just the last one, what is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I
Um,
gotcha.
It's a prescription mental health medication.
Mhm.
It's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha. Okay. And it has like 16,000?
16,000 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that, quite a bit? Like, can that,
Yeah, that's a big number, but it doesn't really mean that much. So a nanogram is a millionth of a gram, and a gram is not very big. So even 16,000 of them is not a huge amount.
okay. Is there could those have been mixed, or is that not kind of a
But that could what be mixed?
quetiapine and the fentanyl? Or is that a normal, I guess, drug thing? I don't know.
It's not, most of the time if we see those together, it's because somebody was taking quetiapine as a prescribed medication and they were abusing fentanyl. But, there's,
okay.
do you have any indication he was abusing fentanyl?
No, that's why all of this is just what the heck is this and going on? So I guess that's why I'm confused just about all of this, honestly. So I don't know. So, I know it doesn't mean anything now, but just kind of something for me to, try and figure out, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming the acetopin, is that like a aspirin or something?
Acetaminophen, that's just
Oh.
fentanyl. Yeah.
Oh, that's fentanyl too?
No, that's Tylenol.
Oh, Tylenol. I was like, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So just like Tylenol, caffeine, and then the naloxone, I'm assuming is just something that they gave him while he was here.
Probably would be my guess. It'd be, somebody that's unresponsive. It's a very common thing for EMS to give people.
Okay. No, that works. I was just trying to figure out, if this is anything different, if we found out anything new with this up.
Oh, come on.
Pause there. It's okay. We can fix it. Scott, don't change anything. Okay. It seems like if I do this, press play.
Yeah, like she said, it doesn't change anything in the cause or manner of death. It's still, definitely, death from fentanyl intoxication, and we still don't know how he got it into him.
Yeah. And is that anything you could ever find out if it was, do people normally eat that? Take it, swap, is that something you shoot?
It's not usually something people eat. Well, that's not even true anymore. So with illicitly manufactured stuff, sometimes people take pills that have that. So yeah, these days you can't really tell.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I do. Thank you very much. And
Yep. And if you have other questions, don't hesitate to give me a call.
Okay, awesome. What was your name?
Dr. Christensen.
Oh, Christensen. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay,
You're
bye-bye.
welcome. Yep.
I'd like to follow up on a couple things there. You mentioned to her about if the gastric contents were blood, it would be 0.28
Yes.
blood alcohol, but it's in fact not in the blood, it's in the gastric. And so there's no way of conveniently figuring out how much it is, much less its source.
That's correct.
Are you okay? Do you need a glass of water?
I've got water. I'm good.
Okay. You mentioned in that call, at first you said, we typically don't see it eaten, but you can't say that anymore. Could you expound upon that? How, in cases where there's pills, is it common to see them eaten?
So, yeah, okay, a few things about that. So over time, I'd say the last 20 years, we saw a rather dramatic change in the deaths we saw related to fentanyl. Until the early 2010s, pretty much all fentanyl deaths were related to prescription fentanyl being used incorrectly, most commonly by healthcare providers and other people who would, have access to it and would abuse it. And it was just not a common thing. We just didn't see a lot of deaths related to that. Once patches became available, which were designed, primarily for, treating cancer patients with bad pain and things of that nature, people became creative with how they use those patches as well. Some people would, put on multiple patches, or they would put on patches and a heating pad to sort of drive it into their system more quickly. Seen people that would smoke them, people that would insert them into their rectum, people that would chew them up. Sometimes we find, multiple chewed up patches in the stomach. And certainly other ways have been described as well with patches. But once the illicit drug supply and primarily the heroin supply came to be, either augmented and or replaced by fentanyl, we saw, we saw much less in the way of the, prescription abuse and much more of the illicit stuff being used. And some of that was in the form of what was heroin. Most heroin in this area was black tar heroin, which then became ended up having fentanyl within it. So people that had been heroin users would still be using what they thought was heroin, and it would have fentanyl in it, many times mixed with heroin. Eventually, some cases was not mixed at all, but was just straight fentanyl. Counterfeit fentanyl pills, or counterfeit oxycodone pills. Fentanyl in pill form made to look like it was an oxycodone pill also became a fairly common thing. And as we discussed before with other pills, people will abuse those in different ways. Sometimes they can ingest them directly, but they can also grind them up and inject them or smoke them. So they can be used in all kinds of different ways. But in the phone call, what I'm referring to, we mostly did not see anybody eating fentanyl before illicit fentanyl. With the advent of these counterfeit pills, we saw it somewhat, more often, or would assume that was the route. But we, even then, most of the time don't know how somebody gets the fentanyl into them, even if they have it on their person.
In this case, there certainly wasn't any injection sites noted.
No.
Are there tests, forensic tools that could aid in the determination of whether one is a chronic or habitual or a naive user?
It's a good question. So there's been a lot published on the assessment of fentanyl levels in people that have died, and ways that you can try and parse some of those things out. The bottom line for all of them is you can't look at a number in isolation and make a determination based on, this is a lethal level, so this level has to be the cause of their death. There are certainly people who, become tolerant. Most opioids, people will develop tolerance over time, and so they can have very, very high levels and not have the same effect as someone who doesn't take it all the time. We had no history in this case in particular to suggest long-term chronic use, but also didn't know. And there are things that could potentially be looked at to try and assess longer-term use. The only published data I've seen around that revolves around comparing the fentanyl to the norfentanyl level, and levels where that ratio is more than 8 are believed to be consistent with an acute intoxication. Ratios of 2.5 or less are consistent with chronic use. In this case, that ratio is about 4.6, so it's right in between. So it doesn't really provide us helpful information either way.
Okay, that's the ratio between fentanyl and its metabolite.
Correct.
As you find it.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of pseudo-allergic reaction to opioids?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Sure. Most allergic reactions are because the body has developed an immune response to some specific protein substance, whether it's nuts or grasses or whatever, pollens of different types, and your body reacts to that and triggers a reaction through your immune system that elicits what we typically think of as allergy symptoms that can range everywhere from, stuffy head all the way up to anaphylaxis and death. In the setting of opiates do not elicit a true allergic response, but there are many people that take opiates who have an allergic-like reaction, but it's because the drugs themselves are directly triggering those cells that cause those symptoms as opposed to going through the immune system route. And so some people will, that chronically take opiates and opioids for pain, will pre-medicate or medicate around the same time with things like Benadryl and other things to minimize those symptoms because they know they have that reaction. Certainly most people that take them do not have that reaction, but some do. And that's
if one didn't know and one took some opiate, could they have hives and those sorts of allergic-like responses?
Yes.
Given all the symptoms that you've talked about, the lungs, the edema, and the data from NMS labs, do you have any concern about the cause of death in this particular case?
No.
And the 15 nanograms, as you explained to Kouri Richins, was a lot.
Yes, it's well within the range of levels that we see in people that die from fentanyl.
Do you remember when that phone call took place?
Do I remember what?
When that phone call took place?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Does your office take notes when you receive calls and reply to calls, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay.
That changed a little bit over the time I was there. It used to be we'd get a little scrap of paper with a note written on it, return this call. And we turned that into a digital log before I retired, but yes.
Would it help to look at one of those notes to refresh your recollection as to when the call took place?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Of course.
No, I better show you. I'm sorry.
You're good. Thank you.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is from the log. Just said that an incoming call came to me from Kouri Richins, and she had questions, and that this is my notes.
And so what day did that phone call?
On January 12th of 2023, a couple weeks after Dr. Ulmer's retirement.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Could I get some more water?
Of course.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've spoken before. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions to Mr. Burmister's.
Sure.
I'll start off with that final thing that Mr. Burmister showed you. You indicated that you would take calls from different individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And did you receive other calls in this case from law enforcement?
I believe I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Would it refresh your recollection, or do you recall a call around the same time in this case?
I don't recall the timing of it.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the same case notes. And it's that first one.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. And did you in fact receive a call before Ms. Richins?
Yes, the day before.
And was that law enforcement?
It was.
And was that also regarding the supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay. And either your recollection or what's in your notes, do you recall if most of the questions were the same that Ms. Richins asked you on the 12th?
I don't have any specific recollection, but my general recollection was that we discussed the supplemental tox findings.
Perfect. I'll take that back. Now, the questions that we just heard Ms. Richins ask you, very similar to what we're asking today, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about the allergen discussion you just had. You indicated that perhaps an individual could have a reaction like hives.
Yes.
If someone is allergic, in this case to an opioid, as you indicated, does that allergy disappear?
I'm not sure. Does it go away over time?
Over time or within a certain amount of time? Or
allergies certainly are things that can fluctuate. People can receive treatment and their responses to different things will go away.
were there hives on Mr. Richins' body, to your recollection?
No.
Okay. We were talking about illicit fentanyl and counterfeit pills.
Yes.
Containing traces of fentanyl?
Milligram amounts.
Okay. Now, the tablets or pills that would contain these traces, what kind of pills would those be? Generally.
Objection. The discussion, if we're talking this Oxycontin, is that what you say?
I've not said it. I've just said pills.
Okay. Well, there's no pills that they have that you can make.
Would you provide a little more foundation for your question?
Sure.
So we know what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Your testimony just now was that in your experience, you started to see that fentanyl overdoses were coming in through your office, correct?
Correct.
And in those overdoses, you gathered information, and because you would see that there was a presence of acetyl, I say that right? Acetyl fentanyl?
Acetyl fentanyl. Acetyl is also fine.
Okay. Acetyl fentanyl. that was more likely a result of illicit fentanyl, correct?
So it is a form of fentanyl that in some cases there were a variety over time of different fentanyl variants that were developed primarily in response to controlled substance legislation. If fentanyl is outlawed, then we'll add an acetyl group to that molecule, and then it's no longer controlled. And so we can distribute that as a non-controlled substance. And then that one gets controlled. And so then, there were dozens of variants of fentanyl that were developed over time. Acetyl fentanyl was one of the more common ones that we saw early in this wave of progressions, but it was one that we saw not infrequently.
Now, with that, what was the acetyl fentanyl contained in, usually in your experience?
I don't recall ever having seen acetyl fentanyl in a substance form in any of our specific cases.
Because it was always inside whatever pill or however it was administered, correct?
I don't even know if it was pill administered. I don't know.
Or injection.
Or I don't know how we would see it in people, but I don't recall ever seeing that correlate with a specific pill that we had tested that was shown to contain that. I know generally the crime lab identified acetyl fentanyl in some pills, but I don't recall a specific instance in my casework where those two were correlated.
Describe counterfeit pills.
Counterfeit pills are essentially illicitly manufactured pills, and sometimes very sophisticatedly, where people will buy the same kind of a pill press that a drug manufacturer uses, and they put their stuff into it and press pills that look very, very similar to legitimate prescription pills. The most common counterfeit pills that we've seen have been fake 30 milligram oxycodone pills that, when tested, contained only fentanyl. And there are also some benzodiazepine pills, things like Valium and Xanax and other things where those, what look like Xanax pills, have also contained fentanyl.
And you just indicated two different things, that in some instances, it was purely fentanyl. Those pills contained only fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And then there were other times where perhaps they were still traces, or there were still the other benzos, for example.
Those would be different pills. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm not aware of any where it was both fentanyl and benzos, are made to look like benzos that didn't have that. We've seen counterfeit benzodiazepine pills and counterfeit oxycodone pills, both of which contained only fentanyl.
Correct. Now, in this case, you were provided, or your office rather, was provided with a hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, that bottle you keep in your office, correct?
We do, until the case is done. Eventually it's discarded, but yes.
You talked about would it be fair to say that fentanyl, right now you discussed how you would find acetyl fentanyl, and that was one part of it, and then you had to make sure that legislation got that specific one into the books so that it would then become a controlled substance, correct?
Yes.
And so I imagine that was really fastly evolving.
Yes. I mean, I was a member of the state's Controlled Substances Advisory Committee that would provide recommendations to the legislature to include in the Controlled Substances Act. And every year for, this time from the late teens to the early 20s, it seemed like every year we were adding things. They did eventually make some changes where relatedness became, if it wasn't changed enough, it was still covered. But it was an evolving process. And what we would see in the deaths that we saw related to fentanyl and fentanyl analogs also changed.
And with that, also peer review literature as to the effects of fentanyl, correct?
I would assume so.
That would make. You kind of hesitate? I would assume so.
Well, I mean, yeah, the peer-reviewed literature is evolving all the time, and so I don't know if there's a specific thing you're referencing. I don't know, but certainly, initially there was not a lot of. As the fentanyl supply changed from primarily pharmaceutical to primarily illicit, there in the early stages of that, there was not a lot of new literature to look at the postmortem levels in people that have died of this illicitly manufactured fentanyl as compared to the different ways that people used to take it as a diverted pharmaceutical before.
And that's exactly where I was going. The postmortem, these levels that we've been discussing. Mr. Burmester asked you about the postmortem levels, and you received from NMS reference comments, correct?
Yeah, that's part of their report.
Correct. And do you recall what those numbers were in terms of the femoral blood? as it relates to accidental drug overdoses?
I don't recall specifically what the numbers were, but generally speaking, the levels that we see in accidental overdose deaths from fentanyl, overlap the levels that are seen as described with, prescription usage.
And part of the reason for that is going back to the literature is that there is no, I'm trying to find the right words for it. There's no set number, universal number that the medical community can attribute in terms of what becomes lethal, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason for that, or part of the reason, and add to this, is both the individual's own use, prior use, if any.
Yes.
Perhaps the toxicity or the amount of fentanyl in it, correct?
The dose.
In the dose.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The potency of that dose, correct?
Fentanyl is going to be relatively equipotent, but the fentanyl analogs may have different potencies.
Okay. A fixed fatal threshold? Does that sound?
Yeah, there isn't one.
Okay. You were discussing the ratio of fentanyl with norfentanyl with Mr. Burmester. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I got lost, to be frank.
Not surprising. I'm not always good as explaining as I'd like.
No, I think it was just going over my head. But tying it together with the postmortem literature out there and this ever-evolving world that unfortunately we're dealing with now with fentanyl, is there any literature on how that ratio can be affected that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of any specific literature that looks at the ratio of fentanyl to norfentanyl in determining, is it a cause of death? Is it a recent, a one-time use or multiple time use? I'm not aware of any literature that discusses that. There certainly has been some literature added over the years to discuss comparing, for example, the amount of fentanyl seen in the heart to that seen in a peripheral site. We call it something like from the femoral vein. To try and assess, things, or looking at other, what we would call substrates, other sample types, fluid from the eye, testing the liver, urine, other things of that nature.
Let's talk about that. We discussed this when we spoke. You talked about things that looking back, you could have done.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you explain to the jury some of those?
Sure. There is, I guess they say hindsight is always 20/20, but you can certainly, there are a number of things that are in the literature now suggesting that you might gain additional information if you test, for example, urine, which is not something that medical examiner's office routinely does in any case, because what's in the urine is simply a reflection of what has gone on before, and what we need to know is what's in the blood, what's in their system circulating at the time they die. So we don't routinely test that. There is some suggestion that can help you sort out how quickly or not quickly a given death related to fentanyl might have occurred. And then there's been other evaluation of other substances like fluid from the eye, what we call vitreous fluid, as well as liver, and looking at both of those as a means of, perhaps augmenting the understanding of what's going on in the blood as well. When you take something, for example, by mouth, it goes through, down into your stomach, gets absorbed, and then anything that gets absorbed goes through your liver before it goes anywhere else. And so an oral ingestion, in theory, might show up as a higher level in the liver than if it's taken IV or something in some other method. So there are other things we could do that would certainly, potentially help our understanding of how the fentanyl played out in Mr. Richins' case.
And you had also mentioned in our discussion, the brain, the heart, and maybe you mentioned blood. Is that Are those also helpful? Looking back again, hindsight.
Yeah, so the brain, I mean, there's good literature that suggests the brain takes up fentanyl, and that is the cause of both the central nervous system and the respiratory depression. It's interacting with opioid receptors in the brain. There's not any published literature that I'm aware of that talks about what a given level in the brain would mean. Same with other solid organs. There's starting to be some literature discussing what a liver level might mean, but I'm not aware of any other specific organ sampling sites that might add light to that.
What about hair follicles?
Hair testing in the setting of drug use is primarily used as a means of evaluating drug use over time. Drugs do get taken up into the hair. And when we collect samples to send for hair testing, which pretty much we only do when we're requested to, but you tie off a bundle of hair. They want usually about a centimeter, so a little under half an inch bundle of hair. And we tie it off at the roots, cut it off, and then that gets sent to the lab, and they take sections of it starting at the root going back to see, based on how fast hair grows, how long has this person been exposed to this substance.
And you indicated unless you're requested, I imagine, for example, law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't done in this case.
That was not done in this case.
Now, as we heard, Ms. Richins, she indicated that Eric was not using fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And there was, going back to the initial conversation or the initial testimony regarding the different categories, when you're trying to really determine what to put down on the death certificate, one of the unanswered question was, well, was he using, correct?
Yeah, that was part of it, certainly.
And in our prior discussions, you've indicated that, at times individuals didn't tell family, correct?
But that would be not uncommon, yes.
Okay. And certainly in this case, a hair follicle test, if it had been requested of your office, you would have sent it out.
We would. I don't know, and I think as I told you, I don't know what the literature says about hair follicle testing for fentanyl specifically, whether that's a useful endeavor or not. I don't know.
Fair enough. Certainly it wasn't asked of you, and certainly you didn't get the results back.
No.
Now, had that been done, had you gotten the results back, and it did show long-term, that certainly would have played into your determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. The testimony has been.
Yeah, why don't we have Mr.
I really wish they would have done hair follicle testing just to kind of eliminate that possibility out.
You are not aware of a hair follicle test in your experience being done for fentanyl.
I'm not.
Okay. You don't know if it can be done.
I do not know.
Had a hair follicle test just for any drug, including fentanyl, any just hair follicle test to be sent out to see if there's any type of drug use whatsoever, your office would have done that, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
If we were requested to, that's certainly not something we would ever routinely do.
Absolutely no, and I'm not implying that. And to be fair, the reason you wouldn't do that is because your office is tasked with what's at hand, which is what do you have in front of you to determine the manner and cause of death, correct?
Correct. Why is this person dead right now?
Correct.
As opposed to some other time?
And in terms of your checklist, the hair follicle just doesn't come in terms of what you do, correct?
I mean, it can, or it could in theory, but yeah, mostly no.
But if it were to be requested of you, you would or could do it.
We could.
Objection. I think the answer was for this particular.
What's the objection, Mr. Burmester? Asked and answered?
Asked and answered, and calls for speculation.
Sustained. I'll ask you a different question.
So I'm going to go back with all that in mind. If you send out a hair follicle test, is your practice generally when you received the results of said hair follicle test to use those said results in your determination of whether or not to change a manner of death?
They would be part of, all the information that we look at to come up with our final cause and manner of death.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Fair. Mr. Burmeister asked you about the sequence of items that were ingested or not ingested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that there's simply not enough information at hand to be able to determine that, correct?
Yeah, not just from this case. In forensic toxicology, generally, you can't tell when something was taken just based on a number.
And that's what I wanted to make clear, whether it was just in this case or just generally.
Generally, you can do that.
And that means that there are no tests or nothing else that you can go back and do to make that determination, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me, I'm almost done. Okay. Now, in your involvement in this case, something unusual did occur in this case in terms of the investigation, correct? In terms of,
you have to be more
I'm
specific.
sorry, yes, I will.
Yeah.
In terms of,
talking about?
I'm going to rephrase.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, I apologize. Poor question. I'll start all over. We saw your case notes.
Yes.
And there you spoke with one law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also received other communications from other law enforcement officers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall being invited to a meeting to have a discussion about this case?
Yes.
And do you recall if the DA was involved in that case
I believe so.
and other prosecutors, correct?
I believe so, yes.
As well as other law enforcement agencies, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And that was unusual in your practice.
It's not common. It happens, but not commonly.
Okay. No further questions, sir. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Mr. Burmeister, within the scope of cross, please. Oh, my apologies, maybe not yet.
Apologies.
You have some more, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good.
We're good, Judge. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Mr. Burmeister.
Just trying to figure out this meeting you said. Is it the one you testified earlier when you got a call from law enforcement?
I believe so. From my notes that were in the log that I looked at, I was invited to a meeting. It was my recollection was some sort of virtual meeting. I don't know if it was WebEx or Zoom or whatever. And I believe it was with Mr. Hemingway's computer, but there were other people in the room who were introduced to me, but I don't recall exactly who was.
You don't know who that was.
I don't know. I couldn't give
And
you.
when defense counsel says the DA, presumably the Salt Lake DA was not interested in this case.
I think it's DEA.
DEA.
Oh, yeah, I don't recall. I misunderstood that. I thought I was asked DA as well.
So my apologies. I want to make sure I don't get involved in any confusion here. Would you please clarify what this testimony is?
I think you've said you received notice to attend a virtual meeting and law enforcement was there.
Yes.
And you don't know who specifically in law enforcement was there.
Besides Mr. Hemingway, no.
And this was the day before Kouri Richins called.
That's what the log says. Yeah, I don't have any recollection of that specifically.
Hydrocodone doesn't look like this M30 you talked about, imprint of M30.
No, I've not seen any counterfeit pills made to look like hydrocodone pills.
Okay. In this case, there were no traces. That is, you testified there was a lot of fentanyl in the blood.
Yes.
And there was no traces of anything else related to fentanyl.
In the blood, yes, correct.
These other things you talked about, urine, vitreous, liver, brain, heart, blood, none of those, based on your understanding of the literature, et cetera, would give you a definitive forensic proof of long-term use or not long-term use.
Definitively, no.
I have no more questions.
Mr. Ellis, anything further for Dr. Christensen?
Yes, Judge, 1 second. I apologize. We're good. I apologize. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor.
Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes.
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. Please watch your step. What's this? Okay. You want to keep going, counsel? Or you want to take a restroom break?
Your Honor, may I just confer briefly with?
Of course. Yes.
Your Honor, can I be able to confer break?
Okay, folks, let's take a restroom break. Please rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand, will be admitting State's Exhibit 8-64D, a recording of a May 2023 interview with Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state moves to admit and publish 8-64D.
Ms. Lewis, any other objection other than the one I've already ruled on?
No, nothing further.
Okay. State's 8-64D is admitted. We'll get that queued up now. Please proceed.
Robert, how are you? Confused. I imagine you are. We'll get to why we're here in just a minute real quick. Let me see a little basic information from you, okay? How about an address for you?
260 East, 357.
What's the?
Robert, I'm so sorry, but you were going to give an instruction?
That is true. I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crozier's side of this interview, this conversation, you may consider that for the truth, give it as much weight or as any as you determine it deserves. There are other speakers during this conversation. So the other side of the conversation, there may be 2 or 3 other people on the other side of the conversation. You cannot consider any of what they say for the truth. The only thing you can consider them for is to explain why Mr. Crozier is responding or to provide context for his responses. But the non-Robert Crozier side of this conversation is hearsay that cannot be considered for the truth. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please proceed.
Seems like we've lost the audio now.
That's all right. I'll fix it. Scott, please give it a try.
And a phone number for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
I'm about to say, I've been in Summit County.
I know you haven't, but you had involvement with people in Summit County that we're looking at. That's what we're here to talk to you about. Phone number for you, Robert.
385. I can even tell you, I've got a few right now.
Okay.
I really can't. My phone's doing this.
Okay. You got me your phone number then?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to why we're here to talk to you in just a minute. But before we do that, I'm going to advise you of your rights because you're obviously in custody here at jail, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney with you during questioning if you wish. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, won't be appointed for you before questioning. If you decide to answer questions now that having a lawyer here, stop questioning anytime until you spoke to a lawyer. You understand the rights I'm explaining to you? Have those rights in mind. You want to talk to us today? Okay. So we're here to talk to you about a transaction that you made a little over a year ago with a female named Carmen Lawler in Nicole that you're in touch with. You met her at a Maverick and Draper on 2 separate occasions in February of last year, so a little over a year ago.
Okay.
It's not
Maybe no at all.
considered though.
Okay. Well, let me give you a little more information. And so we talked to Carmen, we talked to Nicole. We talked to Nicole yesterday, got her phone and downloaded everything we got from her phone. You sold Carmen blues on 2 separate occasions there at the Draper Maverick. As a result, somebody died from that transaction. So we're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that. We're simply here for information. But we know that you sold those, and we can prove that through cell phone records and that kind of stuff. But right now, your information for us is more valuable than you being charged federally with selling fentanyl that results in death. Now you're handling on some drug stuff. Do you know anything about the federal rules with fentanyl and 30s? And
I don't know anything. I know I've got a distribution of top 30 of them in December.
the M30s?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us what you know. Like I said, right now, your information is more valuable, but at this point, we can prove, we know that you met with Carmen at that Draper Roof Maverick on 2 separate occasions. You sold her fentanyl. That fentanyl is then used in a death case, basically. So we tracked it back to this point, but we're not interested in jamming you up. We're here to try and corroborate information.
Okay.
About
I don't know
what Carmen and Nicole have both already told us. So you're in the position right now of either telling us what you know about it and basically not hurting anybody because Carmen and Nicole have both already talked to us here, and you're verifying information we have. Or if you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We'll pursue it federally because we know that you sold them the fentanyl that resulted in death. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm just kind of laying it out exactly how it is right now.
So I know who Nicole is.
Okay.
I got it a year ago.
February 5th and 25th is when Carmen messaged Nicole. Nicole gave her your information.
Okay.
Then you guys set up 2 transactions at the Maverick and Draper.
Okay. Of last year.
Yes. So not this previous February, a year before that. It's been a bit.
Yeah. And yeah, so quite a bit. So very good. I'm not trying to be a different kind of nothing. So sorry, Marshall. Remember that much time passed. And do you have a number that she bought for me? Was it a quantity?
She said between 20 and 30 pills both times.
Okay. Then probably.
Do you remember going to that Maverick and Draper? Were you living down there at the time? Or
She lives, I want to say she lives pretty far away.
she lives in Heber?
Yeah, so like that was just where we were meeting.
Where were you coming from? Where were you living at the time?
Yeah, I've been living a little bit everywhere. Okay. Maybe the last couple of years.
So it's kind of ringing back. You're kind of getting a little bit more. Well, tell me what you can remember about it.
I remember Nicole calling me and saying, "Hey, can you be my friend?" And I was like, "Yeah." So and then she was, "Oh, she wants a lot." And I was like, "All right."
Is 30 a lot for you, or is that a lot for Nicole?
I think it was a lot for Nicole. It wasn't a lot for me, but okay. I was like, I didn't know anybody died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we didn't expect that you knew that. And like I said, that's why at this point, your information, we're not interested in jamming you up or the distribution of or anything like that. We're doing our investigation. You're kind of just on the edges of it a little bit as kind of an involved player, as being a hook basically for it. We're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that, but we are interested in information you have to provide to us that validates what people have told us.
Okay, as far as I know, I met her just 2 times. I think I talked to her a couple more times after, but just to see, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, because somebody spending, you know what I mean? You know, $500-600.
Is that what 30 would run about $500 or $600?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And did you hit her up afterwards to see if she wanted more, or did she hit you up afterwards?
I think I asked her one other time, and then she just didn't.
She's like, "Hey, you looking for any more?" Or something.
Yeah, something like that. She just didn't respond to me. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how you contacted her? Was it through text messaging, messenger?
I want to say it was text messages, but I haven't had that. I haven't had it go over the longest time.
What phone would it have been on?
My phone. Fuck. Maybe a 333-6156 number.
You still have that phone? Okay. The phone you have now is a newer one then?
Yeah.
Okay, so you contacted that Carmen at all, that phone or anything?
No.
Do you know where that old phone would have been that would have those text messages on it?
No, I lost that phone. A lot of it.
Okay. What did you think the phone number was you said?
385-333-615.
Okay. So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted, you know.
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
No. I think she might have asked for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold the M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she would find.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that. She got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay, so she knew that there was fentanyl on those pills. Okay. Remember where you got those pills from?
I don't.
Okay. What else can you tell us about that? That's all we're here to talk to you about was that transaction, those 2 transactions, I guess, a little over a year ago. We don't care if it's about anything else, but what else can you remember about those?
She was with the older guy.
You remember what kind of car they showed up in? Right?
No. One time it was like a truck. Like a white truck or something.
Okay. When you say she was with an older guy, do you remember that ballpark, how old he would have been?
I don't know. He's probably 60, 20.
You thought maybe one time in a truck, but you couldn't remember the other one?
Mm-hmm. No, so they were in the car the other time. I don't remember what car.
Okay.
Like the first time she was in the truck for sure.
When you guys would show up at Maverick, where would you go? Would you go out back in Maverick or just right there at the office?
Yeah.
Just a quick hand to hand.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's just about $600 or so what you charge for those. Okay. Do you remember? So I think she would have ordered more the second time. Do you remember the quantity?
I don't remember the exact.
But you remember being there twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really remember meeting her twice. Yeah. Told me that twice. I said it once.
But do you remember now? They're kind of jogging your memory.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you think of anything else about those meetings with her or anything?
No, those are the only 2 times I talked to her.
Okay. How do you know Nicole?
This dude in camp. I was staying with him, Roy, for a while. And she stayed there for a while, and then she took off. And then camp was fucking with him. We all do it. Nothing like that. So,
Okay. So Nicole just hit you up and said, "Hey, would you want to meet with my friend?"
Yeah.
They're right down at school. We were in the Did she call you or text you?
I believe she called
All the time, or just that one time? Or
I think she was she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one was called the other one.
like Nicole's friend or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your Nicole's friend or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your
I think she was she was taking like, hey, what's up? And then one was called the other one.
Would you press pause? We'll fix that. Yeah. My apologies. Go ahead, Scott.
Out there, or drug court or some shit, whoever she was in. She was on, she was on APB or on drug court or something. I don't remember, and she had to hurry. It was always in a hurry, she was like, okay, well, I'm leaving here now, so I can meet you halfway. Can you meet me halfway? Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And halfway was that Maverick there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You said one time she came with an older guy. Do you remember if that was the first time or the second time?
I believe it was the second time.
First time, do you remember she showed up with anybody?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all the questions we had for you. If we have any more follow-up questions, you want to talk to us again as we kind of progress with this a little bit further?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you talking to us, Robert. Like I said, we're not here to jam you up over anything. We're just here to try and get some information and see what you
Not
got.
fucking one day, wake up with some fucking manslaughter charges.
No. We're not going to pursue that. Like I said, if you didn't want to help us out or anything, we kind of have this view right now that the people we're interviewing, we've got enough information and we're just trying to verify it. You're kind of either helping us out or you're not. And if you're not, you might, honestly. But all you've done right now, so we've already talked, Carmen's already talked, and Nicole's already talked. So you're not telling us anything we didn't know. You're not protecting anybody by not talking to us. All you'd be doing is basically rolling the dice with your future if you didn't want to talk to us. Because when the deaths are involved, the prosecutors do get a little spun up over it. And with fentanyl in the federal system, if you don't know this, if you get caught dealing fentanyl that results in a death, you could potentially face federal charges. It doesn't matter if you intended to cause the death or anything else like that. They're cracking down on it. So I don't know how long you're in for with. I know you're in possession with the 10 stuff, but if you are still dealing, don't be dealing with that shit anymore because the feds are coming down hard on it. And it's only a matter of time, especially how nasty that shit is.
And these, both of us give you my name.
Well, we already verified it through phone records. We already knew that they got it. It wasn't like they told us anything we didn't know either.
Yeah.
We've been able to find everything we need through digital evidence and all the contacts, all the messages on Facebook, all that stuff.
Yeah, we knew all of that before we made contact with anybody.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were diming out or anything.
Yeah, me and Carmen were friends on Facebook.
We actually were the ones that brought up your name to Nicole because we already knew that Nicole had put you in touch with Carmen, and we already knew all of that information. So we're just trying to verify stories is all we're trying to do at this point. So, do you have any questions for us or anything like that?
Other than this isn't going to backdoor me here?
No.
All right.
We're not here to jam you up or anything like that. We don't give a shit about what's going on down here or anything.
But I was just going to ask you, do any of your people ever tell you what they're going to use it for themselves, if they're going to try to sell it to anybody else, what their intents are?
Everybody that I deal with does it themselves. You know what I mean? Like I do it myself, they do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's.
Carmen never mentioned anything about hooking it up for somebody else or anything like that.
No, like I said, she was just. I met her twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I figured it was a long shot twice. You met her a year ago. I knew it was going to be a bit of a stretch for you to remember. But anything else you can think of or anything else you remember?
No.
Okay. As you think about it, if you do think of something, let one of the COs know or one of the investigators at the jail know. They'll reach back out to us if you think of anything else you want to talk to us about or anything like that. Okay. Any other questions or anything like that for us? Okay. Thanks. Okay, all right. We'll go grab the CO and let them know you're ready. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Molly Crosswhite.
Miss, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
She's agreeing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thanks. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
My name's Molly Crosswhite.
And is the last name spelled Crosswhite?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Not personally, but through this trial, yes.
Okay. Did you purchase a home from Kouri Richins?
I did.
When did you purchase that home?
It was January 26, 2022 is when we closed on that property.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Your Honor, permission to publish. This has been admitted already.
It's up.
No objection.
Ms. Crosswhite, do you recognize that house?
I do.
Is that the home that you purchased from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you ever move into that home?
No.
Did you rent that home?
I did.
When did your renters occupy that home?
They moved into the property March 30th of that year. Their lease began March 1st, but they did not move here until the 30th.
You said you closed on that home, I'm sorry, the 26th or 27th?
I think it was January 26th.
January 26th, 2022.
Yes.
And was that home occupied between the date of the closing and the end of March when your renters moved in?
It was not.
Were the locks on that home the same as they were on January 26th when you closed to the time your renters moved in?
They were the same.
And did Kouri Richins rehab that home for you?
Prior to us purchasing it, it's our understanding she had done a renovation.
And did she have the keys to that home throughout that renovation process?
I would assume so.
Am I right then, as far as you know, that home was unoccupied between January the 26th, 2022 and the end of March 2022?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, excuse me, can I grab some water? So before you closed on the home, you entered into a real estate purchase agreement.
That's right.
Right. And can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1024, Katie? Thanks, Alex. Ms. Crosswhite, do you recognize that as the real estate purchase contract that you entered into?
Yes.
And do you know the date that you entered into that?
Looks like it was January 14th, 2022.
Your Honor, we move to admit Defense Exhibit 1024.
No objection.
Defense 1024 is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Sure.
Okay.
And then, Ms. Crosswhite, you closed on the home January 26th, was your testimony.
Yes.
Between January 14th and January 26th, did you do a walkthrough of the home?
Yes.
And what was in the home at the time that you did the walkthrough?
The home had been staged when they were marketing it for sale. So at that time, there was furniture in it. I think by the time we did our final walkthrough, which was a couple of days before we closed, all of the furniture had been removed from the property.
Was there anything else in the home once the furniture was removed, such as boxes?
Not that I recall. I don't remember exactly what was still there, but I do know that we had wanted the home to be fully vacated and all of the debris, and there was some garbage and things on the premises, like old cars even, that we had asked to have removed.
So do you recall if there were any boxes or cups or any items left in the closet of the home?
I don't remember.
Had there been, would you have asked that that be removed when you did the walkthrough a couple of days before closing?
I think that if it was something significant that we would really notice as a bunch of garbage or something that was going to be troublesome for us to remove from the property, we would have asked for it to be removed. Like a small item like a cup, I can't say would have stood out.
All right, that's fair. Now, you said the renters, their lease began March 1st. They didn't move in until the end of March. But was there work being done on the home during the time you closed and the time the renters moved in?
There was.
And particularly, was there work being done throughout February of 2022?
Yes, I think I provided a list of dates that was on record with our contractor. I think there was maybe 7 different days in February when there were contractors working on the property.
Okay, would some of those dates have been February 10th, 11th,
Yes, that sounds familiar.
12th, 13th, and 14th? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right, and you think there were additional dates other than those 5?
I think there was 2 more dates the following week, maybe that the 19th and 20th, if that's, I'd have to look back at the records, but according to my contractor's records, there was 2 more dates in addition to those 5 that you named.
Okay, and when they were working on the house, do you know if they were there all day, most of the day?
I don't know how long they were there. We were having things like insulation added into the attic and mortar added to the pot rock because there was animals coming into the home and things like that. We needed to get it ready for the tenants.
Okay, when you closed on the home, did you take possession of the keys?
I think that the key that was provided for us to access the home when we toured the property and made our offer remained at the property. I can't remember if it was hidden underneath, like somewhere at the front door. And we left that same key there for our contractors to use while they were working on the property.
All right, did they keep the home locked?
I don't know.
Did you ask that they kept the home locked?
I would expect for them to. I mean, that's the point of a key.
Right. And the key wasn't in a visible spot, true?
No. I remember us having it hidden somewhere near the front door, maybe under a pot or under where anybody would think to hide a key. Probably not a great place to hide a key.
And it was your expectation the home would be locked throughout that time?
Yes.
Is that fair? All right, after you closed on the home, did you have any further conversations with Ms. Richins?
No, I never had any conversations with her directly. She was represented by another real estate agent.
Did you have conversations after you closed on the home with that agent?
I doubt it. I can't remember, but I would be surprised if I did.
Would you have told them the work that was going on in the home and who was in and out of the home? Would they have been aware of that?
I think that prior to us closing on the property, we definitely communicated our plans. It was part of our negotiations because we discovered quite a bit of work needed to be done in addition to the renovation that Ms. Richins had done. So I definitely had communicated, hey, we're not going to be able to rent this out the way that it is. We need, I think it was a $10,000 credit so that we were able to, complete the renovations in a way to make the home habitable.
Okay. And is there any reason they would have known the Ms. Richins or her agent that you were talking to when, in fact, renters were moving into the home?
I don't know if we shared that or not. I know that we definitely communicated we could not rent it out right away. And we had to take care of quite a bit before we felt comfortable having people move in.
All right. Could I have one moment? Do you recall Ms. Crossway being interviewed by Mr. Bertram, in this case, Art, the defense investigator?
Yes.
And do you recall telling him that when you took possession of the house, there was nothing in the house at that time?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall telling him at that time that you actually turned the key over to the contractors?
I don't remember. I never met the contractors on site, so I'm sure I did communicate to them where the key could be found on the property.
All right. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Is this witness released, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth. Oh, Ms. Shervinick. Wow, I shouldn't make assumptions. I apologize.
Allison Wright, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Miss, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in right here, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Good. Thank you.
8:40.
Good morning. Good morning.
If you could please state your name and spell your last name.
Allison Wright, Wright.
Ma'am, where do you work?
C&E Stonemasonry.
How long have you worked there?
Since established in 2010.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I first met him in junior high. He was a friend of my sister's. They were both in high school. He spent time at our house, and eventually we ended up in high school at the same time.
And is your husband was his business partner? Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How did you know Kouri Richins?
When I met her when she was dating Eric.
I want to talk with you about a couple of handwriting items before I ask you a few other questions. That states Exhibit 8-49 for the record. Sorry, I've got too many things on my podium here. All right. So I'm going to hand you this booklet.
Okay.
Okay, if you could turn to tab 4 for me. Do you recognize those items in tab 4?
Yes.
Is it, and if it's multiple pages, you can look through all the pages. Is it just the one page?
There's multiple pages.
Okay, and the first page is the one that you recognize, is that right?
Correct.
And go ahead and turn to tab 12 for me.
Okay.
And do you recognize those items?
Yes.
What are in tab 4 and in tab 12? What are those items?
They are returned checks from C&E Stonemasonry's banking account.
And are those checks that you gathered and gave to Katie Richins Benson?
Correct.
And you gathered those from C&E's accounting books and things like that, their bank records?
Correct. The check on tab 4 was collected on an online banking, and the other ones were printed checks from our files.
What do you do for C&E?
Admin and bookkeeping.
Okay. So I want to switch gears. I want to turn your attention to February of 2019. Do you recall that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a time in February of 2019 that you took a vacation with Eric Richins and Kouri Richins and your families?
Yes. No, just the adults.
Just the adults. Okay, no kids were there. And do you remember a conversation during that trip with Kouri Richins that stood out to you?
Yes.
Go ahead and describe for the jury what you remember about that conversation.
On our vacation, Kouri and I ended up alone for a moment and just talking about our families, life, kids.
Your Honor, objection, can you approach?
Yes. You stand up and start like one leg out of the courtroom. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. We're still on the record. Ms. Scrivener, if you would just ask your next several questions, we'll see where this goes.
Certainly. And so now that we're outside the presence of the jury, we're just going to get a preview of how you would answer the question that I just asked you. So describing what you remember from that conversation with Kouri Richins from the vacation.
While we were sitting there, we were discussing life, and Kouri then explained how things weren't super great in her marriage, how she felt trapped. She explained to me that there was a prenuptial agreement that was put in place, and I had never heard of that. She continued to say how I think the trapped was mostly due to financial, is Eric would, because of the terms of the financial agreement, Eric would end up benefiting financially and continue to live as they currently were, where she would be in a different circumstance. She explained how she feared that the kids would be drawn to Eric's life and felt like she was unhappy in there, but feared what it would look like if she ended the marriage.
And is it okay if I ask a follow-up question?
Of course.
Did that conversation kind of give you context or inform you about Kouri kind of what she was doing with her business at that time.
Things started to make sense. Like I was impressed that she went and got a master's degree. Kouri's motivated, hardworking. I always admired that. And she was very motivated, it felt like, to become financially independent.
Your Honor, this conversation, can we get a foundation of exactly when in 2019 this conversation took place? Sometime in that year?
Mid-February. Okay. I think the trip started on the 17th. And I'm not sure what day.
Do you want to have this discussion with the witness
I
present?
do, outside that, if she could step down and step out.
Do you want any more of her recollection before we have the conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting out in the lobby for us for a minute? Thank you.
Your Honor, may it please the court. According to Mrs. Wright, this conversation took place in February of 2019, 3 years prior, more than 3 years prior to Mr. Richins' death. In the interim, in between 2019 and 2022, the Richins attended marriage counseling and worked on their marriage, and a bunch of water under the bridge. To allow a conversation on a vacation in a situation where two women are just chatting about the condition of their marriage, 3 years, there's certainly no allegation here that Kouri Richins was planning to murder her husband 3 years in advance. Outrageously prejudicial due to the temporal distance in the statement that is being made. No relevance because it's 3 years prior.
Why isn't it relevant to show that Ms. Richins was aware of the outcome financially that would flow to her from a divorce based upon the prenuptial agreement?
She's aware of that when she signs the prenuptial agreement. They've entered the agreement that she signed.
This is, well, I mean, I think you've answered my question. It is relevant to show she's aware of it.
No, sir. The conversation in 2019 certainly isn't relevant. They have introduced a prenuptial agreement that she signed. It's clear that she knew.
I apologize for interrupting you. It's not clear because it doesn't, I have no evidence that she read it. I don't have any evidence that she understood it. Here, I have a witness saying she understood it, was aware of it, was fearful of it, was taking steps to mitigate.
Okay. If that's going to come in over my objection, certainly respect your ruling. We've made our record, but I would ask that all the rest of that conversation be stricken as too far away, about being trapped in her marriage, about being unhappy. Everything about that is utterly irrelevant and outrageously prejudicial. And we would ask that it be stricken and only be allowed to say that she discussed her prenuptial agreement, and that's it. And we also would like a continuing objection to any questions of this witness about any conversation in 2019. And we respect your ruling on that.
Okay, so defendant's objection to this series of questions of Ms. Wright is overruled. The testimony that was put on the record through the voir dire requested by defendant is relevant because it shows defendant's genuine subjective awareness of what she believed were the financial consequences that would flow to her if she and her husband divorced. It provides additional probative value because it shows that she was concerned about having less money than her husband if they divorced by virtue of the prenuptial agreement. She was taking steps to mitigate that potential financial effects. She was concerned about how her children might associate more with her husband by virtue of the lifestyle that he would be able to maintain in a post-divorce financial environment. That is all probative to the issues in this case, and it is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Your Honor, can I also get a ruling just to avoid having to take another break when the jury comes back? Obviously, I have a right to go into her credibility and bias at this point, no matter what's being asked on direct, correct?
That's a very broad statement. You can certainly go into potential sources of bias.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay. Folks, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 of 12. Thank you. No one is allowed to speak to Ms. Wright during this break.
All rise, jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Burnett, please proceed.
So, Ms. Wright, before we took our break, I had asked you about a conversation you had with Kouri Richins on a vacation you took. When did that vacation take place?
February of 2019.
And what was that conversation? Describe for the jury what happened during that conversation.
Kouri and I were finally in a position where our husbands were no longer with us. We were just discussing life. We both have kids, our marriages, and Kouri opened up and shared that things were difficult at home. A word I remember is that she felt trapped. At this time, I learned that their marriage had a prenuptial agreement. And she explained that she felt like she was frustrated in the relationship, but also it'd be difficult to leave. Eric would end up financially secure and her the opposite. She feared what would happen in divorce. She mentioned that maybe the kids would prefer him with the lifestyle that they had. Four-wheelers and toys and opportunities, where she would have less. She feared how she would be represented by him in the community. I felt for her. It was a hard conversation. I knew that things had been hard since their youngest child was born, and I was tender towards her current circumstance.
Thank you. And did that conversation give you any context to what was happening in terms of Kouri's business at that time?
Yeah, Kouri is super ambitious. She went back to school and got a master's degree. I was impressed. I had young kids. I wasn't sure I could do that. She then went and got a real estate license and was trying to build that business. That conversation kept playing in my mind as I think this is a way to become financially independent and secure.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some.
Thank you.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
This conversation you're talking about happened in Hawaii, didn't it?
No.
Where was it?
Costa Rica.
I'm sorry, Costa Rica. And the reason you all were talking about her marriage, there was a reason she was upset in her marriage at that time, wasn't there?
Not that I know.
Think hard.
She was upset. What I understood from the conversation is things were frustrating at home.
And that's because she believed he was having an affair with a coworker. Is that right? Is that right?
She and I never discussed her thinking about an affair.
Is that the context of the conversation you were having that day, that she believed he was having an affair with a coworker, and that's why she was upset with her marriage and talking about divorce?
I don't recall that.
Were you aware of it at that time, that there was an affair going on between Eric and a coworker?
I don't recall that conversation versus when I found out.
When did you find out?
Or wait, I'm sorry, will you repeat that question?
When did you find out that Eric was having an affair with a woman that worked with him?
These are facts, not in evidence. As soon as facts, not in evidence.
Foundation. You got to lay a foundation for this. I'm not sure this witness knows anything about it. Why don't you ask?
You just testified that when you found out, you weren't sure if it was during this conversation. So when did you find out?
That's not accurate. You have to ask it open-ended.
Okay. When did you find out? Was it any time near this conversation?
Will you repeat that question with more detail?
When did you find out that Eric was supposedly having an affair with another woman in context to this conversation? Before, after, during?
I'm having a difficult time understanding because it helped me understand affair. Because, like, I think there was a friendship with a lady, but I don't know exactly what was going on.
Understood. That's fair. So let me rephrase it. Did you become aware that Eric had intimate feelings towards a woman that he was working with?
Your Honor, assumes fact and evidence
She's
argument on the
asking
question.
whether this person ever became aware of it. Overruled. It's a yes or no question. Ms. Wright, could you start there?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you become aware that Eric, at around this time, 2019, had intimate feelings towards another woman that he worked with that was causing problems in their marriage?
I don't remember when I became aware of it.
Ballpark.
I'm sorry. I think I'd heard of it like twice, and I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
When you were having this conversation with Kouri, did you know at that time?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. All right, these vacations, you had vacations with Eric and Kouri on more than one occasion, didn't you guys?
Yes.
And then at some point, those totally stopped, didn't they?
Yes.
And what happened that made you guys stop going on vacations together?
COVID was the next year.
Besides COVID?
Our family life was busy.
In fact, didn't Cody and Eric have a big falling out? Your husband is Cody Wright, correct?
My husband is Cody.
And how does Cody Wright know Eric?
We were friends in high school. They went on to work together, broke off and started a business together, and maintained their friendship.
So they were business partners.
Correct.
And they both owned C&E Stonemasonry together, right?
Correct.
And at some point, your families quit hanging out. Personally.
We continue to go to birthday parties and like that kind of an event. No longer vacations. I think we had a vacation planned in 2020 that got canceled due to COVID is the one that I recall.
In fact, didn't Eric and Cody have a falling out over Cody calling the police on Eric?
Cody didn't call the police on Eric.
Did Cody provide testimony against Eric with relation to an investigation against Eric for violating hunting laws?
Lack of foundation.
Well, this is a different question. Ask her if she's aware.
Are you aware that Cody provided information to law enforcement against Eric for a violation of hunting laws?
Yes.
Okay. And Eric and him, as I would say, fell out over that. I don't know another word. Had a disagreement about that.
Yes, temporarily.
And you guys never vacationed together again after that, did you?
No.
All right. Now you said that you did the payroll and the bookkeeping at C&E, is that right?
We have a payroll service company.
Oh, sorry, sure. Okay, but you do the bookkeeping.
Yes.
So you know how much money is coming into that company, right?
Correct.
And you know how much money is going out, right?
Yes.
And do you and your husband have joint, do you share your marital money or does he keep his business money separate?
We share our marital money.
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Nestor. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
This is outside the scope, correct?
Sustained.
All right. Setting aside your personal financial affairs, you're very aware of C&E's financial affairs, correct? Because you do the bookkeeping.
Correct.
All right. And
Objection, Your Honor, this is still outside the scope.
no, it's not.
Yeah, please approach. I'm not sure where you're headed here. Your next question, please, Ms. Nestor.
Since Eric's death, you and your family have grown pretty close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor.
Goes to bias. Goes to bias.
Overruled. If you would please restate the question.
Since Eric's death, you and Cody have become very close to the Richins family. Is that fair?
I would say the relationship didn't change.
So you were very close to them before?
Yes.
Right. And it's true that since Eric's death, your husband has even accompanied them to court hearings and sat beside them. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
And I think everything else is going to be when we recall. Ma'am, we're going to recall you later. We would ask that you're not released from your subpoena, and the judge will instruct you about that. That's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything within the scope of cross, Ms. Sherman?
If I could just have a minute.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wright, you're free to go today. You're still subject to the subpoena that you were served with, you may be called back. Between now and then, please do not speak to anybody about your testimony, including your husband. Okay. And please don't watch any coverage of this case. Don't read, listen, watch anything about it. Do you agree to do those things?
Yes.
Very good. You're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good time for a lunch break, counsel? Or do we have another short witness you want to get on and off?
Your Honor, we can break. I understand there's some legal issues to address too, so.
Understood. Okay. Any objection to a lunch break, counsel? All right. Please rise for the jury. Folks, quick reminder, you know what I'm going to say. Please don't discuss the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about it. Please don't do any research. Enjoy your lunch. 12:40, counsel, is that reasonable?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:40. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you. We're on the record. Mr. Flynn.
Your Honor, we're going to quickly next call Detective O'Driscoll just for a phone download. We'll have perhaps more time later.
Okay.
But then it's Mr. Cochadimos, and I understand the defense has some objections related to Mr. Cochadimos.
Mr. Ramos, tell me more.
Thank you, Judge. I figured we'd do this just outside, that we can speed things along. We've been provided with some exhibits that appear to rely, correct me if I'm wrong, on some CDR data called detail records from Verizon and T-Mobile, I believe, and AT&T. Those items, we were not provided notice of their use under 901.11, and so we would just make an objection under that.
Forgive me. They were provided some reasonable time after being received by the state.
Yeah, no. The information was provided to us. We've had that for a while. Just notice of their use under that business record exception.
Give me that citation one more time.
Yeah. Oh, it's Rule 902.11, I believe is what it would be comes into in through.
I think I'm going to zoom through this.
And specifically, I'm referring to the written notice. Just that were presented during.
Oh, the pathways that link to those.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask just a general question, just to avoid, because I think it's going to come up. So it's my understanding that the extractions have now been put into evidence, correct?
Yeah, but not physical documents,
Yeah.
but the extraction, but the testimony
Now
about
we
who
get the
extracted and
phone.
downloaded the phones. Yes.
And we put the phones in.
Hopefully we get the phone
but we've not put in
conversations.
The actual, we've not put in the report, the data that's been fed into the Celebrate software platform. Is that in?
The raw data is not readable.
I know. The raw data is in through the phone, but is the Celebrate data that has been extracted by Intel, was that put in?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's not in, how do we have from Coaster Demos, how can he put in the demonstratives that are based on that? Because it's just basically it just makes it into a picture, but it's the data from what's not in yet.
So you have witnesses talking about the physical device containing electronically stored information was secured.
Correct.
You have testimony.
And Tanya, I don't know if you're still listening or not, but I did add you as a mod. And I commented on this. My main mod is out right now. Certainly you're under no obligation to, watch or participate. Just whenever you feel like it, that's all. And I completely trust you.
Creating a chain of custody to the people that downloaded it through a two-step process.
Right.
The gray key, right. Forensically mirrors that phone. And then Cellbrite is how, among other people, I imagine Mr. Katradimos would say, I was able to read and process and parse out, quote unquote, that information. Not everything on that phone is relevant, so not all of it goes in. We're going to see what parts the state believes are relevant through Mr. Katradimos. He hasn't testified yet.
So he's going to be allowed to testify what's the information that's in something that hasn't been put in yet. Because without putting in the extraction,
there is no basis to admit the extraction. There is a lot of information on that phone that I imagine is not relevant under 401 or 402.
Agreed.
So there's no basis to put in the entire extraction.
So
it's not like an encyclopedia.
Okay. Well, then this is getting to the core of what my concern is.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking out loud to try to avoid wasting Coach Demos' time. But let's say, hypothetically, we want to get some of the extraction information in at a later time.
Do you have an expert that has looked at those extractions with Cellbrite and can testify and lay foundation?
We do.
Okay.
No problem. But my question is whether our expert can do the same thing theirs is doing, which is relying on data they saw in Cellbrite and parsing it out without the Cellbrite extraction coming in. Because as long as we can do it too, I'm totally fine with this whole process. But what's worrying me is we're going to get to my side and they're going to say the extraction's not in, your expert can't testify. So I guess I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. The extraction doesn't have to come in as long as our expert has reviewed the extraction and they've laid a foundation for authenticity of the extraction, which, by the way, I don't think either side is challenging the authenticity of the extraction ultimately. But the same thing's going to apply when our side gets up and our guy says, this is what I pulled out of Cellbrite. I'm going to use this in what we're going to present.
Are you talking to me or them?
I'm talking to you.
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I'm asking if we need to have a hearing now about whether the extraction has to be admitted for all this to come in, or if the extraction doesn't have to be admitted, there's no problems.
The only reason we've talked, as I understand it, about the extraction process at all is to lay foundation for the expert testimony of people like Mr. Kouri.
Perfect. So you will not require for Kouri to testify about the data that he read from the extraction. You are not going to require the extraction to be admitted into evidence. Because if that applies, then that applies to us too, and we're fine with that.
As long as your expert is an expert and doesn't have to say or do something else objectionable. I don't know who your expert is or what they're going to say, so I need to be a little bit circumspect here. But the fact that a copy of the extraction from Gray Key on a portable hard drive has not been admitted as an exhibit is not an impediment to this kind of expert testimony.
That is exactly what I needed to know, because if it is, we need to have a hearing on it, and if it's not, then there's no problem. But I just want to make super clear that we're all on the same page, that it doesn't have to come in for us to pull things out of it and admit it.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind the life cycle of these things. There's information gathering, there's chain of custody and information preservation, and then there's what's admissible and how it comes in.
Sure. The only reason it's just unique is because the phone itself, without the extraction, the hard data is not readable, as the witnesses have talked about.
Right.
I mean, like, if the juror was given what was extracted out of the phone, they couldn't do anything with it anyway.
You and I agree.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't do that wrong, so that the extraction, the hard drive extraction itself doesn't have to come in, and we can all pull pieces out of it that we want because the foundation's been laid.
Yeah, I want to be careful. You're saying the extraction. There are several. I'm familiar with the ones for which foundation has been laid so far. I don't know whether you're talking about some other devices regarding which foundation has not yet been laid.
Eric Kouri's phone.
This is, again, I feel like you're talking to the state, not me.
No. I think we're all in agreement that the extraction doesn't have to come in. As long as the extraction doesn't have to come in and we can use pieces of it, I'm totally fine.
Provided sufficient foundation
Sure,
for the
to show it's
extraction has been laid.
admissible. To show it's admissible under other grounds, 401, 403, hearsay.
Authenticity, yeah.
Well, authenticity is an issue, right?
If you're talking about a device that we haven't talked about yet, you're going to have to lay some foundation.
No, assume for purposes of this conversation, it's only devices that have been admitted. So
for the purposes of this conversation and putting aside other 702 related objections that the state may make when your expert witness is testifying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander with respect to the extractions. Folks, have a seat as you come in, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Sherman, active state's next witness, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, please.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''DRISCOLL,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
I am a detective in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit.
During your investigation of this case, did you seize a cell phone belonging to Miss Carmen Lauber?
Yes, I did.
Was that in April of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Was that a black Samsung phone?
Yes,
Was the phone number on that phone ending 6127?
I believe so, yes.
Did you book that phone into evidence at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I think it was collected by crime scene technicians on the scene and they booked it into evidence.
Did you later retrieve that phone from evidence and with the help of Miss Chelsea Gibson, download that phone?
Yes.
Was that done using the Celebrate software?
Yes, it was.
Those are all my questions for you.
Just to make very clear, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You are the O'Driscoll, that's the chief investigator in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness step down, Ms. Sherman?
For now, please.
Well, that was quick. Dang.
The state's
Maybe
next witness, please.
Chris Cotrademus?
maybe they'll recall them.
Sir, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Right.
Thank you. Proceed.
Please proceed.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Sure, it's Chris Kotrodimos, Kotrodimos.
Let's go through your employment background. Where are you currently working?
I currently own my own business. I own a company called M20 Solutions.
What's that company?
We do investigations, training, and consulting for prosecutors, defense teams, and law enforcement.
Is part of that business focused on digital forensics?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I worked in law enforcement. I started my career in North Carolina with the Raleigh Police Department. I worked there until 2003. I took a position with the Salt Lake City Police Department, where I worked there until 2017. My last 5 years at Salt Lake City were spent in the homicide unit. In 2017, I took a position with the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office as an investigator in the homicide unit and worked there for just shy of 6 years until my retirement in 2022.
And that's when you started your own business?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze phone downloads and phone records for this case?
Yes.
Were you asked to do that process, look at the phone downloads and the phone records for 3 phones belonging to Kouri Richins?
Yes.
1 phone belonging to Eric Richins?
Yes.
Phone belonging to Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
Phone belonging to Josh Grossman?
Yes.
And phone records related to Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about your qualifications. What type of specific education or training have you received to be able to analyze all of this phone data?
Sure. As it relates to this case, I've taken some formal training. Of course, once you get the formal training, then you get a lot of your experience in the field, in practical experience using that training. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator course. I took that. I took the Cellbrite certified physical analyzer course as well. And then from the call detail records standpoint, I am certified and took a course in, it's called TRAX. It's owned by LexisNexis. It's a location and data analysis program for call detail records and geolocation.
Have you testified before as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
How many times?
At least a dozen times in major cases.
And have you testified for prosecution and defense in those cases?
Yes.
How many phones have you done analysis for in your time doing this work?
Phones, hundreds, and call detail records are probably over 1,000.
Have you done downloads yourself
I have.
for other cases?
I have.
So let's start. We'll treat it like a funnel. We'll start big picture. Let's talk about digital forensics. What is digital forensics?
The best and easiest way to describe it is the analysis of electronic devices. As it relates to this case, and my specialty is mostly phones and some computers.
So let's talk about specialties within digital forensics. What is, you mentioned that you're certified Cellbrite analyzer user or certified in that program. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite, they have several products, but generally what they do is they provide extraction tools to extract data from devices, and then they also provide analysis tools so that you can analyze then those readable files.
You mentioned call detail records. Is there an acronym we refer to those in shorthand?
Yes, CDR.
What is a CDR?
So a call detail record or a CDR is exactly what it sounds like pretty much, okay? It's a record from your carrier, from your cell carrier, like Verizon or AT&T. And what it is it is a record of all your call details. So your incoming and outgoing calls, texts, data sessions, things of that nature.
You mentioned location analysis. How do you perform something like location analysis using cell phone data or CDR data?
Yeah, so you can map both, but prevalence is call detail records. So law enforcement can obtain call detail records that include location data with them. And location data is essentially, the carrier reports and maintains a record during their normal course of business, which towers you're using, where that tower is located, and what antenna or sector of the tower that you're utilizing for that communication.
When you're analyzing phone data, what are the two main sources of that information?
Also, like for phone data, like in general?
Yeah, when you analyzed phones for this case, what were the two main sources of the data?
So the phones themselves, which is the content of the device, and then the call detail records, which are the communication records associated with those devices.
So when we're talking about call detail records, I think most people understand the phone contents that comes from the actual device, correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, you said they were stored by the carrier, is that correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, would those be located on anyone's device, or are those solely maintained by AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile?
Yeah, the records themselves are maintained by the carrier.
And what is contained in a call detail record?
There's a lot of information in there. There is typically a timestamp, so there's a date and a time that the communication occurred, amongst whom the communication took place, between which carrier or which numbers the communication took place. So, which phone numbers, whether it's incoming or outgoing, the duration if it's a phone call, and then of course the tower information, the tower location information.
Would a CDR record contain, for example, it would say a text is incoming or outgoing? Would any of the content of those messages be in the call detail record?
No, not in a call detail record.
How do you start or how do you analyze the contents of a phone? What do you use to do that?
So in this case, I used Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And how do you use Cellbrite Physical Analyzer? What does that provide you to allow you to analyze the contents?
So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer is a software package, and what it does is it allows you to analyze readable files from the extraction. So the phone is downloaded, a readable file is created, you load that readable file into Analyzer, and then you can analyze those results.
How often is, are there other programs besides Cellbrite that can perform that function?
Yes.
Is Cellbrite the most commonly used one?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's very popular because it's got a very user-friendly interface. It's widely known, it's widely regarded. Analysts and people that do extractions and downloads and have learned that they can rely on the results of those. They're pretty good, and so it's commonplace in this industry, particularly in law enforcement.
So now you testified that you've done downloads yourself of some phones.
Yes.
Can the person doing the download, extracting that raw data from a phone, can they change the contents of the phone when downloading it?
No.
Can they manipulate it in any way when it's going from the raw data into the Cellbrite reader format?
No, I don't know of a way to do that.
Why might a cell phone be downloaded or extracted more than once?
Usually it's different products are being applied to the phone. There are software updates, but more importantly, there's different products that might be available to obtain more data versus the other, particularly.
When you receive the download report from the phone in the readable format, what is contained in that report?
In the report is going to be all the system files. So there's going to be, most importantly, is the calls, texts, the web history. There can be biometrics. There can be like activity movement of the device, biometric information, web searches. There's pretty much everything that is contained in the phone that a user might utilize or it would be available in that download.
Can a download report show if there have been things deleted off of the phone?
Yes.
How does it show that?
Yeah. In Physical Analyzer, if the extraction software recovers something from a database that has been set for destruct or for deletion, it can find that and then repopulate it into the phone as to where, actually into the report for where it belongs. And when it does that, in the program, it signifies that with like a small red X in a column next to it to let you know that it had been previously deleted from the device as an active user or by the active, the active file. But the software has been able to go in, find it in the database, and repopulate it.
So if a user deletes an item, it might still be stored on the phone that can be pulled by that report.
Correct. They may not be able to see it and think it's gone, but it may still be within a database that can be retrieved and repopulated.
Now, is that possible for all items that a user deletes?
No.
Why not?
Some of those deletions are system files, and so they're maintained in the background. The average user would not or probably be able to delete system files. They're just, they literally run the phone.
So if I'm a common user of a phone and I delete a photo, how long would it be kind of in the background of that phone and able to be downloaded by this report before it's gone forever?
Right. Well, it kind of varies, and it varies by, there's a lot of variation there. But typically, when an item like an image is deleted, the image itself, that process, the original, like if it was sent to you or whatever, and you deleted it, it would be gone from your view in the phone, but it would be in a deletion file. And so that deletion file eventually has to make room for more deletions so that it pushes deleted files out to make room for more deletions so that it can so it can refill it. It only has so much room. So it has to purge that at some point. And that time can vary. More deletions are going to make that process typically happen more rapidly than less.
So if items have been deleted by a user and that phone gets downloaded in maybe that sweet spot where it's still somewhere in the background of the phone, right, that could be in the report.
It could be.
But if you miss that window and then the item is gone for good and can't be found in one of those extraction reports.
Pretty much once it's deleted from the system file, there's a process called a vacuum. Once it's vacuumed out and those files are reduced, it's essentially, you're probably not going to find it.
Now, if a user deletes a text from a phone, from their own phone, does that affect how the text message would show up on the receiving end?
No.
Shifting over to the CDR, the call detail records, you kind of described what that is and that it's stored by the cell phone carrier. How long is that data stored by the different major cell phone carriers?
They're all different. So they maintain their records for varying amounts of time. Verizon typically will keep call detail records for 18 months to 24 months, but they will only keep the associated location data for about a year. Whereas AT&T and T-Mobile will keep that information for a much longer time.
Now, because this data is maintained or kept by AT&T or Verizon, can a user access that information?
No, those are business records maintained by the carrier.
Okay, I feel like we have a good groundwork now, and I want to turn your attention to what you did, what you did in this case. When were you brought on to work on this case?
I came on in May of 2023.
And in general, what were you asked to do for your part in this case?
Analyze phone downloads and analyze call detail records for pertinent information related to the case.
And so you analyzed phone downloads for this case, and you talked about the process for doing that. Did you perform any of the downloads for the phones in this case yourself?
The downloads, no.
And in viewing the download reports for the phones you analyzed, did you learn who the phone belonged to?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, besides the record or file being designated as belonging to that person, when you open the physical analyzer report, it gives details about the phone number, the IMEI number for the phone, and whatnot, and that can be matched to the user, whomever was using it at the relevant time.
As you analyzed phones for this case, did you generally become familiar with the people involved?
Yes.
Did you become familiar with what they look like?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with what these people look like?
Again, law enforcement shared that information with me, but in most instances, when I looked into the phone downloads, there were pictures of those people inside those phones doing various things, hanging out with family or, contact photos, that type of thing.
I first want to turn your attention to Eric Richins' phone. Did you do an analysis of Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And was that a phone with the number 801-792-9317?
Yes.
Did you receive a download report from the Summit County Sheriff's Office for that phone?
Yes.
And was that download performed by Changi Entau and Marcos Garicachia?
I believe so.
When you reviewed the report for Eric Richins' phone, did you find any evidence of mass deletions on his phone?
In Eric's phone, mass deletions, no.
How would you be able to tell if somebody had made batch or mass deletions from their phone?
Usually, if it's not evident in the actual phone download, whereas you can actually see the software has reported that those items were found as deleted and recovered. Outside of that, you would compare it to other types of evidence, such as like the call detail records.
So how would you be able to tell if there were deletions when comparing the phone to the call detail records?
It's basic. You just take the call detail record and you look and you see who that person was communicating with through their call detail record, and then you would be able to verify if those communications were maintained in the call logs on the phone themselves. So if I called you 5 times today, it would show in my call detail record, but if you downloaded my phone, it would also show in my call log that I called you 5 times today and what time of day and how long our phone calls were.
Did you review text message conversations from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And in addition, did you review device activity data?
Yes.
You mentioned biometric data. What type of biometric data can you recover from a phone or review?
Right. It's kind of hand in hand with the activity report that you just mentioned. When a device moves or a connected device moves, it reports that movement to the device, and it's found in that activity sensor report portion of the download.
Did you look at Eric Richins' phones for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
And did you find text messages between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins as it related to THC gummy use?
Yes.
Was that 3 conversations?
It was.
Okay. Was that 1 conversation in November of 2021?
Yes.
And 2 conversations in January of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness 2-118D. Is it on your screen?
It's not. I got
okay.
Desktop.
You have Blueberry Law show.
Am I on my screen? No,
Oh, my
I got
apologies.
frozen from when I unplugged the lunch.
That's okay. 1 second.
Counsel. Is this the conversation you referenced from November of 2021?
You may need Scott to zoom in. It's pretty small.
Oh.
It is. I'm wearing my.
There we go.
Yeah, better. Thanks, Scott. Yes, this is a November of 2021 conversation.
And that's between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-119D, please. Is this a conversation between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
It is.
Thank you. And Scott, if you could show the witness 2-124D. And is this another conversation from January of 2022 from Eric Richins to Kouri Richins?
It is.
Did you also analyze Eric Richins' phone for information about illicit drug use?
Yes.
Did you find anything in Eric Richins' phone about illicit drug use?
No, outside THC, I didn't find anything.
Any communications on Eric Richins' phone about buying drugs?
No.
Now I want to talk about Kouri Richins' phones. Did you analyze 3 phones that belonged to Kouri Richins for this case?
I did, yes.
Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is an exhibit that represents the 3 phones that you just mentioned that were being used by Ms. Richins that are relevant to this case.
Did you help create this exhibit?
I did.
I'm going to move to admit 337D.
Okay. States 3-37D is admitted.
And publish, please.
Done.
Okay. I have a pink pointer that I'm going to try to use.
All right.
What do you think, Scott? Okay. Let's start at the top.
All right.
What phone is at the top of this exhibit?
Okay, so the phone at the top of the exhibit on the left-hand side is Ms. Richins' white iPhone. And the 2 numbers that are there next to the 1 and the 2, those represent the phone numbers that were being used on that device during the time of September 2020 to April of 2022.
What do those dates represent?
That's the duration of the time that phone was being utilized.
So you mentioned for Kouri Richins' white iPhone that there were 2 numbers on that phone. What number were you able to determine was maybe the primary or most used number for that phone?
Right, so the number ending in 1987 is going to be the primary number. That is the carrier subscriber number through Verizon that phone was utilizing. And then the 1152 number is a VoIP number that was being used on that device as well.
So you said VoIP number, but tell the jury, how do you get 2 phone numbers on 1 phone?
You just use an app.
Okay. How is, in this case, the number 1152, how is that different than what you called the subscriber number, the 1987? How is it different?
Right, so that number, a VoIP number, it uses the internet to make calls, make and receive calls, make and receive texts. You can use that number like you would your normal carrier number. The difference is it uses data, and so it typically doesn't show up on your call detail records when you use it.
Did you view a download from Kouri Richins' white iPhone?
I did.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
It did.
And that download was performed by Cheney Engtao and another download by Marcos Gary Cuchilla?
I believe so, yes.
Did that download contain text messages, call logs, web searches, things like that?
Yes.
In addition to that, were you also able to view what we were calling activity data or device sensor data for that phone?
Yes.
When you did the analysis for that white iPhone, was there evidence of deletions?
Yes.
Was there evidence of text message deletions?
Yes.
Evidence of call log deletions?
Yes.
Describe what time frame you were able to recognize those deletions happening.
The time frame essentially for that device is mid-March. So specifically as it relates to some of the other items I looked at related to this case, we're looking basically January 1st through middle of March 2022.
What was missing from that phone for January 2022, February 2022, and March 2022?
Hundreds of text messages at least. They were also missing most of the web history artifacts in that device.
Call histories as well?
Call logs, etc.
So turning your attention to the middle phone here, what are the dates for the use of that phone?
April 14th, 2022 to May 8th, 2023.
Now I noticed that silver iPhone has the same number as the white iPhone. How did that occur?
So this is a new device that Ms. Richins began using on April 14th, and she basically just had her old number assigned to this new device.
Were you able to view a download for this phone?
Yes.
And that was performed by the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, comparing Kouri's silver iPhone that she began using in April of 2022 compared to the prior phone, the one that she was using leading up to that point, were there patterns of deletions in this phone similar to the white iPhone?
There were some deletions noted, but not in the same manner as the previous phone, no.
What do you mean not in the same manner?
Meaning there were not big chunks of hundreds of texts missing from the device that I noted, compared to the new phone did not have that type of deletion in it.
So now let's talk about the third phone on this exhibit. It says Kouri Richins' blue iPhone. Did you also view an extraction for this phone?
I did.
Or I guess extraction and download. I'm using
And
them
download.
interchangeably. Is that
So do
okay?
I. That's fine.
They're the same thing. And that download came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, similar questions about the blue iPhone. It seems that the date ranges for that are the same as the silver iPhone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So based on your analysis, Kouri Richins was using the blue iPhone and the silver iPhone at the same time?
Correct.
Same question for the blue iPhone. Were there mass deletions on the blue iPhone when comparing it to what you looked at for the white iPhone?
No.
Now, you did an analysis of a phone belonging to Carmen Lauber, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the phone with the number ending 6127?
Yes.
Did you analyze CDR data for Carmen Lauber's phone?
I did.
And did you view an extraction or a download for that phone?
Yes.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
On Carmen Lauber's phone, were you able to tell if there were deletions on that phone?
Yes.
What were you able to note about items being deleted?
Essentially in the same manner as with Ms. Richins' original phone. When comparing Ms. Lauber's call detail records, there were hundreds of texts and dozens of calls contained in those call detail records for that period of time, but they were no longer contained inside the device. Like there was pretty much all of it was gone.
Did you also look at call detail records for Robert Crozier's phone?
Yes.
And was that for a phone with a number ending 0540?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Robert Josh Grossman. Did you analyze a download for a phone belonging to that person?
Yes.
And that download was given to you by the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
One download that was performed by Marcos Garicachia, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that phone is had two different numbers associated with it, 1260 and then 0904?
Correct.
When looking at all of these different phone downloads, did you analyze communications between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show Mr. Kotradimas Exhibit 2-3D, please. Just zoom in a little bit so he can recognize it. Is this a message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from December of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-5D. Is this another message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from June of 2021?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-17D. Is this a text message between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, before we jump into communications between some of these other parties, I want to see if you have analyzed these messages as well. Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-121. Do you recognize this message as a text message thread that you analyzed from Kouri Richins' phone from December of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-112. Similar question, do you recognize this as a text message from Kouri Richins' phone that you analyzed from February of 2023?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2-113. Do you recognize this message as a text thread with Kouri Richins from March of 2023?
Yes.
And Scott, 2-14, please. Do you recognize this as a message from Kouri Richins' phone from March of 2023?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and, I know he goes by Josh, but Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Did they communicate as far back as 2020?
They did, yes.
And through October of 2022?
Yes.
What were the typical volume of calls and texts between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Particularly from November of 21, which was essentially when the 1152 number showed up on his phone daily, with a few exceptions.
Now, Scott, if you could put up 337D again, please, for the jury as well.
One moment.
Now, you mentioned that the 1152 number showed up on Josh Grossman's phone. What number did Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman, from Kouri Richins' side, what number did she use to communicate with Josh Grossman?
By text, 1152.
Were you able to tell if she communicated with other people using that phone number, or was it mostly Mr. Grossman?
Mr. Grossman.
Did you find information on Kouri Richins' phone about these communications, or was that mostly from Mr. Grossman's phone?
I found none on Ms. Richins, and everything I found was on Mr. Grossman's.
In analyzing Kouri Richins' communications with Josh Grossman, did you locate documents that pertain to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 3-1. And then if you could, I believe there's a second page, if you could show the subsequent pages. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is
Generally speaking, is
generally
it a document you found?
Yeah, this is a vacation reservation made or that was located inside Ms. Richins' device.
I'm going to move to admit 3-1.
Can you zoom out for a second, Scott? Go back to page 1 for me. It's a 2-page document, is that right?
I don't know if there's a third page. There's a third page that's the...
4 pages. Mr. Roman.
Objection to authenticity as well as hearsay.
Talk to me about authenticity. Why don't you folks approach for a second? Listen, you do that. Yes, sir. Would you ask the foundational question one more time?
Certainly. Mr. Kotodimos, in analyzing Kouri Richins' phone, did you find documents that were pertinent to this case?
Yes.
And you located those on Kouri Richins' device?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit 3-1 in front of you, is this one of those documents that you located on her phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-1.
Mr. Reynolds, any other objection? Yep. Okay. So the record is clear. The objection asserted at sidebar is overruled. Scott, forgive me, you got to go back to page 1. 3-1, a 4-page document is admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please. And Scott, if we could zoom in on. Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
Did they begin communicating around December of 2021?
They communicated prior to 2021, but in relation to this case and in relation to the cell phone, the CDR records, in relation to that extraction or her phone download, yes, 2021, December.
From January of 2022 to, say, March 15th of 2022, what was the volume or approximate volume of text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 3-month period?
Between the two of them, about 800 text messages.
Doing some quick math, that's about 11 per day.
Yes, about 10 or 11 a day on average.
So from March 16th, 2022 to the end of that year, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, approximately how many text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 9-month time frame?
About 600, 650.
Okay, we're going to do some quick math. Is that about 3 per day?
It's about 3 per day.
Now, to be clear, I'm not asking you if they communicated 3 times a day, right? Just doing the average, that's about what it would come out to.
Right, it's about a 70% decrease if my math is right.
Where does that data come from?
The call detail records between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
And because it's a call detail record, we don't have the content of any of those messages.
Correct.
They've been deleted from Kouri Richins' phone.
Yes.
They've been deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone.
Yes.
We don't know what they said.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to February 11th, 2022. Did you analyze CDR records for Kouri Richins from that time frame?
Yes.
If you could look at Exhibit 3-6, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this a call detail record for Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Is this one of those documents that you reviewed in your analysis for this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-6.
States 3-6 is admitted.
If we could please publish that document. Okay, we've been talking about call detail records. Is this a call detail record?
Yes, this is the billing version of it, but yes, this is a call detail record.
Why does it say Eric Richins at the top?
He's the subscriber, the Verizon subscriber, so it has his name on it.
Now, when we're looking at the phone number at the top, this clicker is not liking me, but I wanted to point it out. It says 1987, and that's the number that belonged to Kouri Richins, correct?
Yes.
So when we're looking at each of these individual calls on this particular document, how do you know if it's an incoming or outgoing call?
On destination, so there's, what is that, about 7 columns over where it says destination. There is it denotes that in there. So it'll say incoming. If it's got a switch location on there, like Salt Lake, Utah, that typically is an outgoing.
Does this call detail record show the duration of a call?
It does.
Where is that on the
So
document?
just to the right where it was highlighted, where it says minutes, MIN, right? The abbreviation, that is the minute, or that is the amount per minute of the call. Or, sorry, it's in seconds sometimes. So yeah.
Is this duration in
This is in minutes. Yes, I apologize.
Did Kouri Richins make phone calls on February 11th, 2022 at 11:27, 12:36, and 12:39?
Yes, I think it was 12:27, but yes.
I might have said the wrong minute.
It's okay. Yeah,
Did you determine who these calls were made to?
I did.
How did you do that?
I Googled the numbers.
Okay, and who do those numbers come back to?
Those are IRS numbers.
So on those 3 occasions, Kouri Richins was calling the IRS.
Correct.
Still talking about, thank you, Scott, for that. Still talking about February 11th of 2022. Did you analyze communications or CDR records for Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber from that day?
Yes,
And did they communicate that day?
they did.
And do you know that from the CDR data?
Yes.
For February 11th, 2022, do you have location data related to Carmen Lauber's cell tower use on that day?
Yes, from her device. Yes.
And did that come from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 3-8D, sorry, 38D. If you could zoom out just a little bit so that we can see the whole.
We can, it's that screen.
Oh, it's my screen. I see. Everyone else can see the whole thing. Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
And did you do that using the CDR data we've been talking about?
Correct. I provided the call detail information to the graphic designer that created this exhibit.
Does Exhibit 3-8D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-8D.
States 3-8 Delta is admitted.
If we could please publish. So what are we looking at here? Describe for the jury. And if it's easier for you to step down, you can. But what's at the top?
You know what? Yeah, maybe I will step down actually.
Because I have this clicker, but maybe it will
Gotcha.
work better. You can try to use this. There's just a little thinner.
Like tap it over. That does not work.
Thought it wasn't just.
Mr. Papademos, you can tap that mic, see if it's working. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and describe what we're looking at here.
Right. Well, what we're looking at is a representation of the call detail records that Ms. Shervinick mentioned. What you have on the right-hand side is going to be the text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber for February 11th, 2022. There's just a photo so you know whose device we're referring to. A photo of Ms. Richins, a photo of Ms. Lauber. The blue bubble with the 3 dots indicates that this is a text message, and then the arrow is going to depict which direction that call. So, for instance, the very first one at 3:22:44 is an outgoing message from Ms. Richins to Ms. Lauber at that time. And so these are on the right-hand side. These are going to come up so that you can see when the two communicated, the volume of the communication, and then also the direction. Okay. On the left-hand side is a representation of essentially the Davis County and Salt Lake County Valley areas. And you're going to see locations pop up on these on this map as we move through the record chronologically. What those, for instance, there you go. Thanks, Scott. So this is a tower location. It's pointing to the location of the tower. That's important, not the device, but the tower. Of that Ms. Lauber's device is utilizing at 4:11 p.m., for instance. Okay. Mr. Crozier's record was also populated into this as well. And at the same time, at 4:11 p.m., Mr. Crozier is pointing towards a tower location in the Davis County area. So you know which tower their devices are using. On the left-hand side, these are going to move. And what that depicts is the movement of the device as they reacquire different towers. Okay. And then on the right-hand side, as we go through the slides, it's going to start populating. So Scott, you can start populating. So at 4:11, this represents a phone or a communication between Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier, and this is their respective locations. You can see on the right-hand side through the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour, beginning in the 5 o'clock hour, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate via text. At 5:05, Ms. Lauber is still in the Heber Valley area, and that picture that you just saw was a photo from that time frame that was recovered from Ms. Lauber's cell phone device. All right, so you can see at 5:05, Ms. Lauber is now, her device is now hitting on a tower in the Provo Canyon area out near the reservoir, and Mr. Crozier's device is using a tower at 5:20 p.m. up in the Davis County area. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate with one another, and Ms. Lauber's device is traveling down Provo Canyon and into the Utah County area. That device is now heading into roughly the Utah County area. It's utilizing towers in those locations, and eventually it's going to move north. And you can see Mr. Crozier's device has now jumped significantly. I want to explain this to you, the jury, because this is important. Mr. Crozier's carrier is T-Mobile. Okay, so his carrier does not provide location data for these records for text. It's only calls. So the only time Mr. Crozier's location is going to appear to change is when his device is utilizing a tower for a call. Ms. Lauber's was more detailed. This isn't all of every single pinpoint of every single tower, because every single text she made utilized the tower. But for the sake of not cluttering this up with a bunch of repeats on top of each other, you can assume that from the previous point to the next point, she was utilizing the tower before it. So she was utilizing the tower near the reservoir for several texts, and then now she's using this one in the Utah County area. All right, Scott. Yep, so Mr. Crozier's device is now moved a little bit farther south and utilizing a tower there. In the 6 o'clock hour, Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins are communicating via text, and Ms. Lauber is now arriving on a tower at or near the area of, it's in Draper, Utah, near the area of a Maverick store that's there. Mr. Crozier is heading in the same general direction, utilizing a tower in the same area. You can see on the right-hand side, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber are continuing to communicate via text. And then at 7:21, we have Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber utilizing the same tower. They're on different, they're not talking to each other, but they are utilizing the same tower near that Draper location. And this is that location. So on the left-hand side, you can see there, Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber at 7:21 are making their respective communications. Their devices are using this tower, which is located across the freeway from this Draper, from this Maverick store in Draper right off the freeway. Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins continue to communicate into the 7 o'clock hour. This photo was recovered from Ms. Lauber's phone download, depicting her with another woman during this time. There's another photo. And by 8:20, Ms. Lauber's device is now moving south and utilizing towers south of that Draper location. And by 8:47, Mr. Crozier has made or received a phone call, as we know that's the only records his denote towers, and he's moving back north towards the Davis County area. And then Ms. Lauber by 8:56 is utilizing a tower in the Heber Valley area. Ms. Lauber remains in the Heber Valley area, and then on the right-hand side, sorry, Scott, but if you can go back one slide, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate into the 9 o'clock hour via text. Yeah, so from 3:42 to 9:02, the defendant, Ms. Lauber, communicated 34 times via text. During the same time, Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier communicated 50 times via text and 6 times via voice call. Yeah.
Did you also look at communications from February 11th, 2022 between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did they communicate on that day?
Yes.
And is that information from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 3-33D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Similar to the last exhibit, something that you helped to create?
Yes.
And using the call detail records that you were just describing?
Yes.
Does exhibit 3-33D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-33D.
Your Honor, no objection. If the following testimony is going to be similar to the last one, perhaps we can have some questions that I think we all understand where they're traveling and what it means now, just to move things along.
3-33D is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so similar to the last exhibit that we looked at, is this one laid out the same way?
It is, yes.
And the last exhibit was depicting communications between Carmen Lauber and Kouri Richins, and this one is between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, the different indicators, the bubbles, the arrows, those things remain the same as the previous exhibit?
Yes.
The map that we're looking at, the area of the Salt Lake Valley remains the same?
Yes.
And then similarly, as we see the different pictures of the people moving, that is the cell phone towers that their device is utilizing at those different times.
Correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kojimas, if there's anything that you want to note regarding the communications between Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber.
Right. I think if we just, for the sake of time, like Mr. Ramos just said, we can just slowly click through those, Scott, and I can just describe to the jury what they're saying. It's the Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier are communicating at 11 p.m., almost noon, and then into the 5 o'clock hour, and then again you see Ms. Lauber's device move out of the Heber Valley area into the Utah County area, where it will ultimately end up in the south end of the Salt Lake County area, and I believe utilize a tower at or near the Draper once again. And Mr. Crozier's device is moving south out of the Davis County area once more. They're located in at or near the exact same location for a period of time, and then they return. Mr. Crozier returns back to the Davis County area, and Ms. Lauber returns back to the Heber Valley area. Yeah, there's another. That's that representation of that 721 phone call.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 14th of 2022. If we could put up exhibit 3-6, that one's already been admitted.
Do you want to show it again?
Yes, please publish it to the jury.
1 moment.
And Scott, if we could expand on the phone call at 8:53 a.m. So from these records, did Kouri Richins make an outgoing phone call on February 14th at 8:53 a.m.?
Yes,
Did you determine who that number belongs to?
I did.
Who does it belong to?
As the Mirror Lake Diner.
Thank you, Scott. For February 14th of 2022, did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-27D. And scroll through so we can see all of it. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help to create this, or did you create this?
I created this one.
And does exhibit 2-27D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for this case?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 2-27D.
Sorry, Judge, I just can't see the corner. No objection, Judge, thank you.
States 2-27D is admitted.
If you could publish that, Scott. And if you could scroll through the pages, and then I'll ask Mr. Kotradimus about the last page.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. This is from Josh to Kouri. My heart is smiling when those 3 words come from you. It is very unique, different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me how much God loves me. Reminds me that I, my mom's son, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of ... you name it, whatever is next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to watch you text and to hear you read aloud. I see beauty, intelligence, quick wit, cuteness, and authenticity. It's like seeing a white tiger in a tropical forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I love it. I don't know what it says because they've got that banner in the way. Something you most. That was from Josh to Kouri.
What are we looking at that's depicted here on the last page of this exhibit?
This is an image that was contained within that text thread that was sent by Ms. Richins to Mr. Grossman.
And it was sent
No, I thought it was from
approximately an hour
vice
before
versa.
that
Well,
arrival time.
whatever.
Is that correct?
Correct. This follows the text in which Mr. Grossman asked Ms. Richins about an hour, and she sent this photo.
Thank you, Scott. Did you also analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
If you could show Mr. Kotradimus 2-28D and scroll through it so he can see the whole exhibit, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Does exhibit 2-28D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 2-28D.
Okay. States 2-28D is admitted.
We could publish, please. And Scott, similar to the last exhibit, I'll have you move through. And Mr. Kotradimus, it's kind of clear from the to and from, but who is going to be typing the messages that are in the green bubbles?
All right, so the green is from, and that's the 9317. That's Eric Richins, and the 2, or the recipient in this would be 1987, which is Kouri Richins.
So Eric to Kouri. Okay, I'm gonna go lay down for a bit. If I don't start feeling better, I'm gonna head to the hospital.
And so her responses, Kouri Richins' responses are in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Geez, it's that bad. Need me to come home? Go take a nap?
These messages go in, you're going to give the instructions and what they've done in the past as to the figure shape, as to Mr. Richards. Maybe we just do it once, we all know, and advise all of them.
So, fair reminder. The statements by Ms. Richins on her side of that conversation, you may consider those for any purpose. You may give them the weight you deem appropriate.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
It would have been nice if they actually had the witness read those things out.
Okay. This is a good time to take a restroom break. If everybody would please rise for the jury. That up now. States Exhibit 2-28D, as in Delta, is a February 14, 2022 text exchange between Eric Richins, as depicted in the green bubbles, and Kouri Richins, as depicted in the blue bubbles. The jury may consider either and both sides of that conversation for any purpose. You may give either and both sides any weight you think they deserve. Ms. Shervinack, take it from there.
Thank you, Judge. If we could put 228D up on the screen. I don't know if we got through the whole conversation before. I forget where we left off. So I'm going to have Scott go through this conversation for the jury with that new instruction in mind.
Take a nap and call me when you're up. And then from Eric to Kouri, are you home? Question mark. And that was at about 1:43 p.m. No, in Provo, she says, waiting for my cabinet installer guy. Are you home? in the office. I've been sleeping out here. And then she says, "Weirdo, go in our bed." So it's 1:47 their time. It's been several hours since he texted her saying if he feels so bad, he's going to go to the hospital, and yet she still doesn't come home. And then he says, "No, it's quiet out here." She says, "It will be quiet in there. If you lock the door, you sleep through anything." Anyways, "How you feeling?" he asks. "How you feeling?" she asks. Fine. And then he says, "Okay, wish you were here." She says, "I would cuddle ya. Heading back in 20, he just got here." And that was at 3:48. Question, and he texts question mark. He texts question. He says, "Thanks for answering." "Did you call?" She says, "You didn't call. We are headed in there. Food is on the front seat of my truck."
In addition to these text messages, did you also analyze Eric Richins' device data, sensor data, I guess, for February 14th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Exhibit 314D, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit you helped create?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 3-14D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-14D.
Okay. States 3-14D is admitted.
If we could publish, please. When you analyzed the movement data from Eric Richins' phone on Valentine's Day 2022, we're looking at a graph here. What does this graph depict?
The graph depicts travel, so in distance in blue, and in energy exertion basically in green, and the in frequency hour to hour on February 14th, 2022.
Was there a gap in Eric Richins' movement and the other data that you just referenced during the middle of that day?
Yes.
Is that denoted here in the blown up portion? What do we see?
It is. There's a data set on the left-hand side for flights climbed, distance traveled, and steps depicting. So this is a portion. Well, actually, this is the 12 o'clock hour. And then on the right-hand side, there is device activity for depicting steps and distance traveled at 1:32.
And so from this data, we can tell that from approximately 12:05 to 1:32, there was no movement data recorded on Eric Richins' phone.
Correct.
Did you analyze his phone for similar types of movement on other days?
Yes.
And did you compare the data from Valentine's Day to those other days?
I did.
Was it unusual for Eric Richins to have an 87-minute gap in his activity in the middle of a workday?
It wasn't typical, no.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 26th of 2022. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-16B. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
Is this using the CDR data that you analyzed for this date?
Yes, this is essentially the same type of exhibit that was created for February 11th.
Does Exhibit 3-16D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed for February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-16D, please.
Okay. States 3-16D is admitted.
And publish to the jury, please. So we saw an exhibit like this before for
Yes.
February 11th.
Yes, we did.
Are we looking at information now pertaining to February 26th?
We are on this. This exhibit is text communication between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber on that day.
And similar map of the same area?
Yes.
Arrows denoting who sent the message?
Yes. The times they were sent and received and direction. Yes.
Now, these pictures are kind of small, but similar to the last exhibit from February 11th, Ms. Richins is denoted with the red background. Is that correct?
Correct. She's on the left side there.
And Ms. Lauber is denoted with the green background?
Correct.
And then we also see Robert Crozier on these exhibits, and he's in the yellow background. Is that correct?
Yes, he will come up. There he is. He'll come up on the map there on the left-hand side.
And again, Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kocher-Demas, if you could describe what we're seeing as we go through this
Sure.
process for February 26th.
Sure. On the right-hand side, similar to the other day, there was text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber through the 2 o'clock hour. It picked back up in the 5 p.m. hour. And at some point during the 5 p.m. hour, Ms. Lauber's device started utilizing towers in those same locations from the previous day, Provo Canyon, Utah County area, traveling north until it finally stopped in the area of the southern end of Salt Lake County. Same thing with Mr. Crozier's device, beginning once again in Davis County and moving south and utilizing towers along the way. So Ms. Lauber is now on the left-hand side. You can see by 7 p.m. or so, she is utilizing towers back in Provo Canyon, heading back to the Heber Valley area where she ultimately ends up. Mr. Crozier has returned back into the general area of the Davis County area by 8 p.m. And then you saw all the communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber, 71 texts between 2:25 p.m. and 10:33 p.m. that day. And Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, 65 texts and 3 phone calls.
Now, similar to February 11th of 2022, did you look at the communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier for February 26th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Mr. Kocher-Demas 3-34D, please.
Excuse me.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
And does 3-34D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that date, February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-34D
Okay. States 3-34D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. Okay, we've seen one of these before.
Yes, we have.
We know the data that's on here. If we could, Scott, move through this, Mr. Kocher-Demas, as you just described.
Yeah, so there's the 4:01 p.m. Call from the previous slide. Mr. Crozier is in Davis County. Ms. Lauber is in the Heber Valley area. To the right, those are the communications between the two. There's text and some phone calls. You can see the date stamps next to those. Essentially, what this exhibit shows is the other side of that communication or that incident or event between Ms. Lauber and Ms. Crozier. Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. Sorry. The two devices appear to travel in the same direction until they come to the same generalized location, utilizing those towers, and then return back to their respective starting points.
And that location that they're meeting up at, same as February 11th, 2022?
Yes, it's consistent with that, with the Draper area near that Maverick.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze, moving now, to March 2nd of 2022, did you analyze CDR data for Kouri Richins' device from March 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kocher-Demas 3-17, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the call detail records for Kouri Richins that has March 2nd?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 3-17.
Okay. 317 is admitted.
And if we could show the call from 10:22 a.m., please, from March 2nd. And 10:27 a.m. Is that the same number that we see from the call at 10:22 and the call at 10:27?
It is the same number, yes.
Are those-
In 1040.
Are those outgoing phone calls from Miss Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Who was she calling at 10:22 and 10:27?
That's the IRS.
What is the duration of the call made at 10:27?
The first call is 3 minutes, and the second call at 10:27 is 101 minutes.
Still talking about March 2nd of 2022, did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on that date?
Yes.
If you could show the witness 2-37D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Is this a text message thread between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
We will talk about the content of this exhibit at a later time. I just wanted to lay out the information that you're aware of what it is and where it came from.
Okay.
I now want to turn your attention to March 9th of 2022. Same questions as February 11th and February 26th. Did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for March 9th of 2022?
Yes.
We could show Mr. Kocher-Demas 3-35D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create
It is.
using the CDR data that you just talked about?
Correct.
Does 3-35D accurately depict the raw data contained in that CDR information?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-35D
States 3-35D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. Okay, so we've seen these before.
We have.
We're looking at the same area of the Salt Lake Valley, and again, communications for March 9th, 2022 between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And this is just the same representation of those records. It shows essentially the same travel, and it depicts the conversations, text conversations or communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber's devices. We've got 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour. Ms. Lauber's moving. She moves a little north in this. If you want to stop it right there, Scott, just for the 12, 11, 12, 13. She moves north out of the Heber Valley for this particular event. That tower at 12:11 p.m. is located very close to the Richins residence. Other than that, the travel is going to be depicted in a similar manner. Ms. Lauber is going to travel same route through Provo Canyon into the south end of the Salt Lake County area, in an area consistent with being at or near the Draper, the Maverick and Draper. And Mr. Crozier is going to do the same thing. He's going to travel south, and his device is going to utilize towers in that direction as well. On the right-hand side, you're just seeing more communications between Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins from that day. So Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber's devices are coming together, utilizing the same tower in that area. Again, that's the tower across the freeway from the Maverick in Draper. Then the two will depart, or presumably depart, and their devices are utilizing different towers until they return to their respective starting points.
Did you look at communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier from March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
If we could show the witness 3-36D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is?
Is it using the raw data from March 9th, CDR data from March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Does 3-36D accurately depict the raw data you just described?
It does.
Move to admit 3-36D.
Okay. 3-36D is admitted.
And again, we've seen this before.
Yes.
This is for March 9th of 2022. And this exhibit, who are the communications between in this exhibit?
This is communication between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber for that day, March 9th.
And Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And you've essentially seen the map before on the previous slide between Ms. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. The thing that's different on this is the communications are just between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, or Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. Again, 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, they're communicating. The devices essentially come together into the same general location, utilizing a tower there. Again, that depicts the tower and across the freeway from the Draper Maverick. The two parties continue to communicate until they return to the Heber Valley area and the Davis County area, respectively.
So far, we looked at communications and location data for February 11th, 2022, February 26th, 2022, and March 9th of 2022. Other than those three occasions, did Carmen Lauber ever visit that Maverick and Draper in all the data that you reviewed?
No, her device was never in that general area.
Did she ever meet up with Robert Crozier? Did their devices come together at any other time other than those three occasions that we've talked about here?
No.
I want to turn your attention to March 3rd, 2022. Did you analyze data from Eric Richins' phone from the night he died?
Yes.
You looked at call records
Yes.
and you looked at text messages and web searches.
Yes.
We could show the witness 3-39D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Does it accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-39D.
Okay. 3-39D is admitted.
You could publish this to the jury, please. So you might want to step down for this so we can just describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this is at the top. The heading is Eric Richins' phone activity, March 3rd, 2022. This is from 8:30 p.m. that evening until midnight. It's basically just a moving timeline, so you can see what Eric's device was doing during that time period in context to text messaging and web searches, that type of thing. So at 8:30, there's a text to a contact named Pedro Sonora. And then there's a text from like 9 seconds later. Those continue. There's a few of those. And then there are texts between Eric Richins' device and a contact named Scott Wagner in that device. Those continue into and through 8:30. There is a discussion going on between Mr. Richins and Scott Wagner, kind of back and forth during that time. And then at 8:50 p.m. on that day, Scott Wagner calls Eric Richins, and they talk for 8 minutes and 32 seconds. At 9:45 p.m., a Google search is made from Eric Richins' device. There's a misspell in it, but it's basically searching how far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales. And then at 10:18 p.m., there's an incoming text from a contact titled Raul C&E.
Thank you. For that last text message that's listed in the 10 o'clock or 10 p.m. hour, was there any indication that that message was opened by Eric Richins?
No.
During this time frame from 8:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on March 3rd, how many phone calls were made on Eric Richins' device?
One.
That's the phone call that you talked about to Scott Wagner.
Correct.
No other phone calls made on that device that night.
No, between 8:30 and midnight, no.
Talking about same time frame, the night of March 3rd, 2022, did you look at Kouri Richins' phone for that same time frame?
Yes.
Did you analyze the data and device events for that phone?
Yes.
If we could show 3-18D1. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
Yes.
It is suspected, by the way, that they had he had that Moscow Mule drink, I think right around sometime between 9 and 9:30.
Using the raw data from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Does 3-18D1 accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed?
It does.
I'll move to admit 3-18D1.
Go. 318D1 is admitted.
If we could publish this, please. Similar to Eric Richins' device, I guess not showing communications, but what are we looking at here for this device data?
So there's an activity sensor and device events for that device.
When you say device events, what do you mean?
So there are certain events that are captured in a device in the system files that detect various things. One of those things is locks and unlocks, meaning when you locked or unlocked your phone. The activity sensor is device movement. So there are accelerometers and gyroscopes and whatnot inside your device. And when it moves and it detects movements, it reports that to the system files and it retains that.
I now want to talk about March 4th of 2022. For Kouri Richins' phone, did you look at movement and device events for Kouri Richins' phone for March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show exhibit 3-18D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create it?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-18D.
Okay. 3-18D is admitted.
So walk us through, there's some different things here. Maybe you want to step down to the screen to show the jury what these different markers on this exhibit mean.
Sure. So we have a device event. The first thing we have for a device event on that day or in that morning is 3:06:50, the phone is unlocked. That unlock is for 28 seconds. At 3:07:04, there's a speaker activation. What that is there's an audio output route. There's audio routing in a device through the system files, and it detects when the speaker is activated. So anytime the phone is using the external speaker, you should get a system file report or an audio output report.
I believe that is Corey on trying either unlocking his phone or doing something with his phone.
On that, and it'll tell you that the speaker's in use. Okay. At 3:08:10, the activity sensor picks up that a device travels 243 feet. So the 3:08:10 is the beginning of that trip. It's not the end of that trip. And at 3:10:37, the phone is unlocked for 1 minute 40 seconds. At 3:15:59, the phone is unlocked again for 37 seconds. At 3:19:07, the phone is unlocked once more for 28 seconds. And at 3:19:39 a.m., the phone is unlocked briefly for 3 seconds. We have a timestamp for a 911 call at 3:21:05. We have a receiver activation. We have a device, another activity movement, meaning the device is reporting that it had moved again. And then at 3:22, there is a receiver activation. And a receiver activation is when you hold a phone or a device up to your ear, say presumably your face, to make a phone call. There's a proximity sensor inside the device that activates the receiver. And so there's an activation there at 3:22:12.
Thank you. You talked about the receiver activation. Is it possible that a call can start before the receiver is being used?
Yes.
How does that work?
If you dial a number, for instance, the receiver activation only reports when you place the phone up to your. It has to detect the proximity sensor.
So it's a movement.
It's a movement. Yes.
Did you also pull or look at data from Kouri Richins' phone from the morning of March 4th, 2022?
Yes.
We could show the witness exhibit 3-19. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
These are 3 thumbnails, PNG files recovered from Ms. Richins' device.
Does 319 accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Ms. Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-19.
Oh, maybe approaching.
Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
Looking at exhibit 3-19, you testified these were located on or in the analysis of Kouri Richins' phone. Where specifically in that data were these images located?
They were in the image folder. They're in the image files.
What does describe what the image file is? Is that a camera roll or just more description about what an image file is?
So as it relates to these are PNG files. They're located in the image portion of, so if you open the extraction and you're analyzing it and you look under images, these are actually found in the timeline as well. Like you can just see them in there. But when you click into those, there's information that's presented to you, and it will tell you the file path of where these belong, or where they were last seen by the device. And so in the image file, there's a pathway. And so these images were last seen in a SMS, so a text, like an iMessage. Photo search section is the pathway for those, meaning it was related to the messaging system inside the device.
I'll move to admit 3-19.
Mr. Owens.
If we could explain a little bit more foundation in terms of which people in the text message chain who indicated that they were in need.
I'm not sure that's what he said, but
if we could get clarification on that.
Sure. Mr. Nick asked another question about I heard the words photo search related to the SMS function.
Right. So let me be a little more precise with my questions.
Okay.
Were these part of a text message?
At some point, yes.
Do you know if that text message was incoming or outgoing from Ms. Richins' device?
No.
Why not?
Because the original images and the source of these images was deleted from the phone. It no longer exists on the phone. These 3 PNG files are what we call ghost or orphaned images. When an image is, like when a text is built and you add images to it, or when you receive images and you click those, it creates a print of it, like basically a thumbnail of it. Now, if you send that text or receive that text, and then you delete it from your system, and then the database overwrites it because of time has passed and there's no more room in that file, you'll never know the source of that text, whether it was incoming or outgoing, who sent it, that type of thing. All you're going to see is the remnant of that. And that's what these are, the small PNG files.
Again, move to admit 3-19.
We renew our objection. At this point, it seems like it's what Mr. Cortez has found, the remnant of something.
I understand defendant's objection. It is respectfully overruled. You can explore these topics during cross-examination. State's Exhibit 3-19 is admitted.
We could publish, please. So these are the images you were just describing.
Yes.
And you described that they were found in the image files as a remnant of possibly a text message.
Right. I wouldn't say a remnant, it's a thumbnail. I mean, it's a PNG file. I mean, it's a thumbnail. Yes.
From the data that you analyzed, were you able to tell if these images were accessed by Ms. Richins' phone?
They were accessed by the system in her phone, yes.
How do you know that?
It gives an access indication in the file path, in the data and the extraction. It'll say when the device was accessed, and it will give a timestamp.
When we say accessed, what does that mean?
It just means when the file or when that image was either selected or viewed, or I mean, it's accessed. Yeah.
But it means it was selected or viewed by the person with that device. You mentioned there was a timestamp. When were these images accessed on Kouri Richins' phone?
8:29 a.m. on March 4th.
Was the phone also manipulated in some way during that same time?
There was activity on that device, yes.
What do you mean activity?
There was prior to that at 8:28, there was an unlock event that lasted the duration of this access point. There was the device event log shows that the device was actually turned into portrait view, and then turned into landscape view, turned back into portrait view, until ultimately it was locked again. I think the lock was at 8:34, but I'm not 100% sure on the time.
So those, the turning of the phone, the unlocking of the phone, those correlate with the time that these images were accessed?
Around the same time, yeah, during the same unlock event.
So now I want to turn your attention to the post April 13th, 2022 phones from Kouri Richins. We know from, Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please. And you can publish that to the jury. It's been admitted. So I'm referencing this, the date on here when the silver phone and the blue iPhone were being used by Ms. Richins.
Right.
Did you look at, when you were analyzing the blue phone, did you find web searches during April, that time frame the phone was used, that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 3-26D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Are these web searches that were located on that blue iPhone?
Yes.
If you could show Scott 3-29D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
These also web searches that were located on the blue iPhone.
Yes.
And then Scott, also 3-30D. Same question. Is this a web search that was located on that blue iPhone?
Yeah, this is web history.
A web history.
Yes, which meaning the difference is one thing is a search, the other is a site visit, a website visit.
And do these three exhibits, 3-26D, 3-2090, and 3-30D, accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that blue iPhone?
Yes.
I'll move to admit those three.
Mr. Reynolds?
You don't have an objection to these searches and you have an objection as to how they're going to be presented, meaning that redaction. My understanding is that Mr. Coper-Demas did not make those redactions. So I'd like to approach and present a proposal on how to submit it.
So it was 26, 29, and 30, correct, Ms. Sherbanek?
Yes.
States 3-26D, 29D, and 30D are admitted. We're going to publish those. I have an instruction for the jury. Scott, could you go to 26 for me for a moment? Ladies and gentlemen, as you look at 26, 29, and 30D, you'll see these blue blobs that have no text behind them. Those are intentional redactions of information that has no relevance to this case. Please do not speculate about what was behind the blue blob. It's irrelevant. Just ignore it. Ms. Sherbanek, please continue.
So as we were talking about these three exhibits that we will go through in turn, you mentioned web searches versus site visits.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
These are web searches.
What's the difference?
So when you type a search into your device and to presumably search for something on the internet, when you type it in and you hit send to search, it logs the search that you had typed into your device.
And so someone could search for any multitude of things. We're all aware of that, but maybe not if the results come up. If they actually click on a result, that would be a site.
Right. We normally see, analysts will normally see corresponding web histories related to those searches. So if you were looking for a type of vehicle, you would have a search for a type of vehicle, like a 2026 Toyota 4Runner, and you're looking to buy one. And then right behind that, you'll see web history, meaning what happened was you typed in that search field, it popped up, and then there's some suggested websites for you to go to based on your search. And if you click through to those will show as a web history, meaning a site that you actually visited.
And so what are we looking at here?
Right here, we're just looking at the search function. These are just searches that were inputted into the device.
And this is in that blue iPhone, right?
In the blue iPhone, yes.
Scott, if we could do the same expanding for each page of 2-26D so the jury can see the different entries.
I know one of them said, can cops Can cops retrieve deleted text messages? This one says like how to completely wipe an iPhone remotely, how to erase a phone data permanently with EMI number. I think that was supposed to be IMEI number. How to, and I think that this isn't spelled right, but I think it's how to permanently delete information from iPhone, how to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. And cops force you to do a lie detector test. Never got read Miranda right. What are you allowed inside Utah jails? Home doc, Park City, Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, California, luxury prisons for the rich. What is present positive for naloxone? Naloxone similar to heroin. Where is my location on iPhone? About net worth. FBI analysis of electronics and investigation. What is FBI analysis of electronics? Can't read that. Find my iPhone is off. Is location still correct? Can't find my iPhone. Work is off. Is my find my iPhone ever wrong? FBI phone deleted. Oh my god. She's busy. What is considered non-natural manner of death? Who determines cause of death on death certificate? What is a white collar crime? Why would the FBI be involved? Is the medical examiner report, autopsy report? When does the FBI get involved? What is the lethal dose of fentanyl? What is considered a lethal dose of fentanyl? How long does life insurance companies take to pay? Change my passcode on iPhone. What happens if you give Narcan to someone who doesn't need it? Is circumstance unknown an accident? How long does life insurance companies take to pay?
So we saw some web searches on 3-2060 that related to remotely wiping an iPhone or remotely deleting text messages.
Yes.
Was the blue iPhone being used by Kouri Richins in the time after her original phone, that white iPhone, was seized by police?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up 3-29D.
County District Attorney. Can cops uncover deleted messages? How to unlock my iCloud? What does lock lost iPhone actually do? County District Court. Utah State Prison, Timpanogos Women's Facility, Utah inmate roster. No, that's
so when we're seeing this activity on the phone, does that indicate a website visit?
Yes.
Can you delete everything on an iCloud account? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved? Can you change the password remotely of a lost cell phone? Can't read the rest of that. Gosh, damn, she was busy. Log into iCloud account. Detox. Then something about seizing
Again, this indicates a website visit.
deleted messages. Please can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can see. That's a screenshot. How long does life insurance companies take to pay? We've already seen that one. There's sections about life insurance. What is considered non-natural manner death? Okay, we've seen that one. Medical examiner report and autopsy report different. When does the FBI get involved in the case? And there's a life insurance law firm. Screenshot. What we investigate. Screenshot. That's FBI. Signs of being under federal investigation. Screenshot. Richins Realty Net Worth. AI analysis of electronics. How to delete Facebook. Can find my iPhone work if off. Is my iPhone ever wrong? Can FBI delete messages? What does FBI do with electronics for searches? FBI searching electronics. Screenshot. The Wall Street Journal. FBI conducted potentially millions of searches of American data last year. How do police and forensic analysts recover deleted data from phones? So a screenshot.
And Scott, if we could move to 3-30D.
Really damning. Oh my goodness. What happens to deleted messages? Screenshot. Police can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can see.
Yes, correct.
Busy girl. Circumstance unknown and accurate.
Just a moment.
Worry. Not looking good, girlfriend.
Sir, those were all my questions for you at the moment. I think the defense may have some as well.
Thank you. I need a little more. That'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Get a refill of the witness, please.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ramos, did you want to break before beginning?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're, we got one thought and get out of here on time.
Don't commit to anything. But let's just take a stretch the leg break. We'll come back at 3:45. Thank you. Please rise for the jury. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Ramos, please have a seat.
Mr. Kouri Richins, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mr. Ramos. How are you?
Good seeing you again.
Good to see you.
You know what? Let's just dive right into the GIFs, the PNG files.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Sure.
Can we pull up those that exhibit? And just for the witness, Judge. So I have this document here. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 340. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were testifying earlier, you informed the jury that it was all the image files that you received, correct?
Well, just for this representation is just for that, for the 4th.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So what we're looking at are
It's part of that. Yes.
images, data files for that day. Specifically, I think there was a range. It was for the March 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that, there were 39 images, right?
Correct.
Now, of those images, obviously, we've seen 3 of them. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to focus on those. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up those 3 images that you've seen.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm going to show you the MAC, right?
Okay.
Which is the modified access created.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Pull that out for him. Now, could you see those on the left-hand side there?
I do. Yes.
Okay. One second. That's what he can see, right? Sorry, I have a smaller screen here, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. On the left-hand side, can you tell me, or tell the jury, if all of these images were accessed on the same date and time?
Yes.
Down to the second?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that these are .png files. Okay.
Yes.
Now, if we look to the right, there is what appears to not be a GIF, I guess, or it is a thumbnail, but it is of a, how would you describe it? What's the picture? What's that picture of?
I don't know, which one are we looking at?
The one on the right-hand side, it looks like a house almost in the distance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a photo of a piece of property, it looks like. Yes.
Are you familiar with that property?
I can't tell what it is from the photo.
Fair enough. Now, can you just look at the time and date?
Yes.
Okay. Does that match the .png files that we saw?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
To the second?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
So just practically speaking, I mean, we can take that down. Do you find that odd?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's walk through it.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk through an example for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then I want you to explain it to me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in fact, let's do this. Come on. So, if I pull up my phone right now, I just unlocked it.
Mhm.
Now, I'm going to send a text message. Okay.
Okay.
To my son.
All right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add a thumbnail.
A photo. Yeah.
Photo.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I'll do a GIF. Okay.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for one. I found one. So I just clicked on that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I just clicked on another one.
Okay.
And I just clicked on another one.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to add also a picture. Okay. Just for my folder.
Okay.
Okay. Now I've selected those 4 items. Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm about to send it.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get my phone and put it in your system, extract it, and you analyze it, obviously it would be a text message.
It would. Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, the modified access created would all of those be the same date, time, down to the second?
They could be.
Could be.
Yes.
There's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
Okay. For example, the type of iOS I have.
That could affect it. Yes.
The type of extraction that's done.
I don't know if the extraction type would determine that or not.
Logical versus physical.
I still don't think in the way these images were in the database.
Okay.
I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be accurate.
So then let's look at the database.
Okay.
Where exactly were these images?
So they were in the database. There's a pathway in there.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
Yeah, so that's where they're at.
Okay.
Okay. So they are in an SMS photo database essentially. All right.
So is it up there now for you?
It is not. Not yet.
Okay. Now, the source file, is that what we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I see here it has a bunch of numbers, underscore files, full.zip, right?
Yeah.
Private var, mobile, library, cache.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Talk to me about cache.
All right. So, caches or folders. They're just places where the system stores data.
Okay. And if I were to go to my phone right now, I could find those .png files, that image I just sent, right? If I go directly to my text message, correct?
You could. Yes. Yep.
Right, because I just sent it. Okay. Now, here in this file, this doesn't lead you straight to a text message.
Correct.
Okay. And so it is, and I think what you said in your direct, I think it was the system, I think is the word, you were very specific. The system in her phone, I logged it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are databases.
Correct.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So fair to say, and you indicated in your testimony early, so I think I'm right, that there are certain things in our phones that are there, but we can't necessarily access them.
Correct.
We need a process to go kind of below the surface.
Right.
Okay. Now, in this case, these .pngs, you had 39 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you only selected 3.
Yes.
Okay. Did you select those? I shouldn't put.
I provided what I provided. I provided the entire extraction report, and then I provided the part of the extraction report for that day.
Okay. So you provided the full 39.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. Now, I want to go back to that other image. Okay.
Okay.
Now, these have the exact same date, the exact same time, down to the second. Okay. Are they tied together?
I don't know that.
You don't?
No.
In fact, it's impossible to know.
It really is. Now,
in what you do, there is, we heard the word a lot, analysis, right? You analyze.
Right.
Okay. Now, we know that you can, we get the information from Grade Key, it's extracted, and we put it in Celebrite. The analysis comes in reviewing the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and you're also very careful in your direct testimony that it's not necessarily, I don't think you use these words, but it's not infallible, right? This Celebrite report.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, Celebrite itself recommends its operators, is that the word?
Yes.
To make sure that they validate their data.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
For example, you do have a hardware that you use, correct?
Yes.
You want to validate it's working.
Correct.
And then also the software that you use, you want to validate that that's working.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this might be an oversimplification. But I'm trying to process it. Okay? A lot of money went into making those phones.
Yes.
A lot of the data and how it works is all of it's proprietary. Correct?
Yes.
Now, in a way, Celebrite is trying to hack the phone to get the information.
Doesn't really hack it, but it parses the data.
It parses the data.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it spits, that's not a common term. When the report gives you this information, you can't take it as God's truth.
There's context to a lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I can take it as God's truth, quote unquote. Yeah. That is how the system files within the are constructed.
You can take it that's how Celebrite put the data or extracted the data.
Correct.
Now, you've heard, I suspect, of the epoch time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to the jury epoch time in terms of digital forensics.
I cannot.
Cannot?
No.
Why not?
I don't have enough familiarization with it. I just don't.
Okay.
Not on the stand.
All right. Well, is it fair to say that let's look at this created and modified and accessed, that date and time?
Okay.
Are you aware that that time isn't actually how it's stored on the phones?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sure. So the epoch time, if you're not familiar with it, it's the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Oh, sorry.
For a minute. What was the objection?
He said he couldn't testify about what epoch time is.
So foundation. I think you're laying foundation.
I am.
Right. Let's see where this goes. Overruled.
So,
if you would, I interrupted you, gentlemen, if you would ask that question.
Absolutely, Judge. So the epoch time, and I'm just going to, I'll explain it how I know it, and if it refreshes your recollection, great. If not, we'll move on.
Okay.
Okay. So epoch time is the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Okay?
Yes.
I don't know why they did it this way, but that is how the phones have registered the information. Or were you aware of that?
Yes, and I don't know the technical aspects of it, but it's a programming reason.
Correct. and because we're not going to do the math together.
No, we're not.
We rely, or in this case, you were relying on Celebrite to do that.
Correct.
Correct. Now, you also, a way to validate your data, because things even as little as time, you also have the ability to cross-reference the data that you have in your phone, in the Celebrite report, okay, the extraction, with other information, correct?
Correct.
So for example, the call logs, the text messages that you sent out, right, that's presented in the extraction,
yes.
You could then compare it to the call detail records.
Correct.
Right? And you could say, oh yeah, you know what, this matches up.
Yes.
Okay. And you do that in a way to make sure that the information you're getting is correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we look at this 4 images, the 3, I'm going to call them the what's been admitted as the 3 PNGs, okay, which we all saw, or just call them GIFs, even though I know they're not right now.
Right.
But just so everybody's aware.
Okay.
And then we have this photo that appears to be of a home. Okay. Right. Now, you have records and you have call logs for March 4th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see who all communicated that day.
Correct.
Correct. And you can also get that through call detail records, correct?
Not always.
The call detail records you indicated mark the time that a call was sent out and a text was sent out.
If it hits the carrier. So if it's a Wi-Fi call or if it's like iMessage, like iPhone to iPhone, iMessaging,
okay,
it can route around it and it won't hit the call detail record.
Perfect. So you had on March 4th at least some information in what you received from the extraction report that some calls were made, some text messages were sent from Ms. Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with that information, you can, if you wanted to, you can attempt to see whether this image was sent or received by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did not do that.
I did do that.
Okay. And who did it come back to?
I don't know. It was not available in the system file.
Okay.
Would you like kind of explain why?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Why I think, based on,
Yeah.
There is, from the time this event occurred on March 4th till the time the phone was seized on April 13th, I believe, 2022, there's an extended period of time that has passed in data terms. Okay. So the reason why going back to the source on this is challenging is if the text source of this, incoming or outgoing, is missing, you can sometimes go into the data file, like from the timeline and from the extraction, you can go into the database information. You can go in there and you can look at that to see if that information is contained in the database still. The problem is that data is overwritten. Once it's deleted, the database then overwrites it. So then what happens is the source in there goes away. There's small amounts of data that are in there.
Like traces.
Well, like PNGs.
Yeah.
Okay. That are still there. But like I kind of explained with the data space, think of it as a.
Oh, 1 second. Is that like the garbage collection?
Yeah, we're talking about that, right? So so deletion. So think of that as, think of that deletion file as like the trash can in your house, like in your kitchen. Okay. So you delete things, you throw things into that. Well, eventually it gets full and you got to take it out to the curb and the garbage man comes and gets it and it's gone.
Right.
Okay. So the more you use it, the more you have to take it out.
So
okay.
Let me stop you there.
Yes.
Because what I'm asking about is, I understand that you tried.
I'm getting there. I promise.
Oh, no. Real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So those databases store that information for a while.
Okay. Then what happens is that text information, that the text threads, they're stored in a different place than these. What happens is every, I don't know, 30-ish days, don't hold me to that, but it's roughly, this iOS system performs a vacuum. And what it does is it takes deleted information that's in there that it no longer thinks it needs for the system files, and it vacuums it out, and it basically takes it out to the curb, and then it goes away. So to answer your question, I did attempt to look for the source for this, but there's none of that data remains in the device or in the databases at all. All I have is these, what I referred to previously as orphaned images.
Or ghosts.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, and I understand that.
Okay.
My question is, there are other things you can do outside of that. Obviously, that's your first one, right? You
Right.
try to go straight to the source. For whatever reason, it's not there.
Okay.
But there are other things you can do to see if you can locate whether they're tied together or where they could have gone. Correct?
Correct.
So you indicated that at a minimum, this is on the mobile messaging system, right?
Yes.
It says mobile SMS, correct?
Yes.
So you know that at one point it was sent or received to somebody from Ms. Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay, so you have contacts in her phone, correct?
I do.
And if you had call detail record, for example, or just in her log, or any number of things, right?
Right.
You can go to those and see if the individual on the other end maybe did still have that message, correct?
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Now, you didn't do that in this case.
Are we talking physically contacting these individuals? And
absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that statement.
Okay. That you didn't do it.
That I didn't do it.
Okay.
But I would also add to that my role in this case is as an analyst, and I provide the information, and then any following it, any update or following a follow-up investigation is
100%. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that when you were asked to pull those images on that day, I imagine you explained all of this to the prosecution.
I did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you explained to them that, hey, you know what? These did pop up.
Yep.
39 of these.
And to your point and your question, I did go through call detail records. I did go through those types of things to see if there was a corresponding communication that would be contained in the call detail records that matches this.
Absolutely. And you did this because that is your job.
Correct.
Right. You're trying to say, hey, I have this orphan ghost.png. I'm going to try to find its home.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And hey, prosecution, I know you're going to use this just so you know, I can't tell you who received it. Correct?
Correct.
I can't tell you who sent it.
Correct.
I can't tell you if it was viewed by Ms. Richins.
Correct. Correct.
But I can tell you that at that time and date, the system in her phone, as you said, registered it.
Correct.
Now, for example, if we were to find out that the image there, right, of the home, okay, if we were to find that other recipient, right,
okay,
and in that recipient's cell phone, it had the date prior, okay, so March 3rd,
okay,
say around 5 o'clock, okay, and that individual sent the image, okay, and then Ms. Richins opened her text message with that home there, okay, and maybe those GIFs or those .png, those thumbnails were attached. It could have been that the computer registered as it accessed it as it was opening up, correct?
Correct, because it would create a thumbnail.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, like you said, we don't know that, right?
Correct. We don't.
Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to the web searches.
Okay.
Yes. A lot of those web searches, as we saw, have no dates.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And we do see some of them when they were searched, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with, I think it's called like lifestyle analysis?
No.
Okay. Did you perform any searches around the time on those that you can see on the web searches that you can see the date that they were searched? Okay. Did you do any searches on Google or any validation to see what, if anything, was relevant to what was being pulled up?
No, like, did I perform the searches myself? And
Not the searches. So, for example, are you familiar with a certain Real Housewife in Salt Lake City?
Recently?
In April 2022?
Oh, no.
Okay. Are you aware of somebody maybe being sentenced around that time?
No.
Okay. And now that would provide context to you, correct?
I could.
Yeah. Because right now, just as we see the searches, we don't know why that would be a search, correct?
I don't know content or can't speculate on anything.
You can't speculate.
No.
You shouldn't speculate.
No.
You also can't tell me with the information that you have who actually did the search.
Correct.
Right? It was done on the phone.
It was done on the device.
You could tell us the location of the phone, possibly, when those searches were done.
Correct.
You could tell us possibly the Wi-Fi that it was connected to, if it was connected to one.
Correct.
Okay. But you can't tell us who searched it.
Correct.
Now, you can't tell us if we were at, if this happened on the 4th. Let's go back to the GIF images, okay? On that day, at that time, are you aware, were you told that there were other people in that home?
I'm aware of that.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you reach out to those, or I guess that's not your job. You could not tell us who opened that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I do want to talk to you about something you just brought up. It was the, you said, oh, the Wi-Fi. You said not necessarily because it could be an iMessage, right?
Correct.
Was one option, and then the other one was that it was connected or sent through Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the file path on here indicates that it is a mobile SMS, which went through iMessage, and iMessage, iPhone to iPhone, typically will not hit a carrier, so it won't be in a call detail.
Right. But that also is helpful to you, right? Because you're able to see of all the people that she could have possibly contacted that day, you could then narrow it to like who has an iPhone.
Correct.
Okay. And so because of the communication, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing here, between iPhone and iPhone, it's a different connection, correct? It makes it easier to communicate?
It's a typical Wi-Fi connection, so it's not a different connection.
Okay.
It's just a different system, or it's the same. They're on the same system. It goes through Apple servers versus the carrier.
So, for example, can we pull up the Mr. Richins mobile activity on the night of March 3rd? Do you recall that state's exhibit where you laid out a graph of all the text messages that were sent from Mr. Richins to a Pedro Sonora?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's up on your screen now.
Yes.
Okay. When we were talking about this, one of the last questions was about the text from Raul at 10:18.
Okay.
And I believe Ms. Shervanack asked if it had been read, or if you could tell if it had been read, and you answered it very curiously, which is, I'm left to wonder, I just want clarification, whether or not you could actually tell if it was read, or whether there just wasn't enough data to determine whether it had been read.
I don't remember. Okay. I'm sorry, I just don't remember the data.
No, and that's why I'm following up.
Yep.
That's why I'm following up.
There's no response. The indication was that it was not read.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we see all these text messages, correct?
Yes.
And we just talked about the iMessage that you just discussed. That
Yes.
sometimes that won't register on call detail records, for example, right?
Correct.
Now that's different than this, right?
That is different than this.
Okay. You would expect an iMessage to show up here?
Yes, because this is from the phone's timeline itself.
Correct.
These are system file.
Correct. Just want to make sure. Could we take that one down, please? Thank you. Okay. So the movement of the iPhone. Let's start with Eric's.
Okay.
You had indicated that you had done how did you phrase it? You had actually compared it. It said you had done some sort of analysis with his overall use in terms of his activity on his watch, right?
Yes.
And that those 87 minutes, that gap was off, I guess.
I don't think I said it was off.
What were your
I
words?
said it was atypical.
Atypical.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you please walk us through what exactly you did to get to that conclusion?
Oh, so those are spot checks. Those are looking at random locations within his activity. I did not take the totality of his activity and compare it day to day to one another. Those were spot checks and looking at the device patterns in his phone to see if there was large types of movement. Now, there are sometimes large spaces of inactivity, but not in this context.
So what spot checks did you do?
Just periodically throughout the timeline, through that activity timeline, just to look at and see if his activity indicates that his device stays in motion, and to what extent day to day.
Over how many days?
Oh God, I probably looked at maybe 20 days or so, just random days.
And how did you log that?
I didn't report it. I just made a mental note of it.
Just a mental note?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was the largest deviation?
I don't know that, sir.
What was the smallest deviation?
I don't know.
So how did you come up to the fact that it was atypical?
Well, like I said, in context, right? So there's communications about with presumably Mr. Richins on the device, and there is
Mr. Richins.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richins on the device with Ms. Richins, right?
And so there was a.
So right now, just so you're clear, we're talking about the physical activity.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Physical activity. Yeah. But in conjunction with that, there are text messages. There are other things going on around this time, indicating in the other exhibits. I don't know if we published them, but there's some discussion about what Mr. Richins was doing that day around
Sure. So like
11 a.m.
So this one specifically, on February 14th, 2022.
Yes.
It was. You indicate that it was that the gap was atypical.
Yes, and maybe I didn't put that in good context.
Sure, put it in.
But in context with what was going on at the time, it is not typical, based on what I looked at, for Mr. Richins to like lay down and take a nap, for instance, in the middle of the day.
So you could tell that he took a nap from this?
I cannot, but he indicated he was going to in the text. That's what I'm talking about in context.
Okay, so there's a bit of confirmation bias there. You would agree.
I would agree with that. And there's probably a little speculation there on that. The thing with device activity is you only know if the device is moving or not.
All right, there is a bit of speculation, like you said, and we shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
Let's talk about. You can take that down. Let's talk about the activity sensor data. Okay. Not in context of what was registered.
Okay.
But in the context of you as an analyst. Okay.
Okay.
Now, we talked about how what you do is digital forensics.
Yes.
And that's considered a forensic science.
Okay. Yes.
Do you disagree with that?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. And part of that field, right, is what we, I guess, grew up knowing as the scientific method, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, here we identify a phone, an electronic device, okay? And then we go from identifying that to preserving it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we either put in a Faraday bag or we plug it in and we make sure that the hash values and the hex code and everything matches.
Correct.
And we do that so that when you get the information, you know that it's the cleanest version possible. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then once we preserve it, we then collect the information, which would be the extraction.
Yes.
Right? And then we examine it. Okay.
Yes.
And then we get into the analysis.
Yes.
Okay. So we examined it, and I'm going to go off of the activity sensors. Okay. Activity monitors.
Yeah.
So we identified it, we collected it, we examined it. Now let's talk about the analysis of it.
Okay.
Okay. Tell us what you did to validate the information about the activity sensor data. And we'll start specifically with the distance traveled. And this could be for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins' phone, okay?
In general?
Yeah, what did you do in this case for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins, okay, to validate the information that was presented to you in Celebrite regarding traveled distance or distance traveled?
So the distance traveled is just reported by the device based on the sensors that are contained within the device.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then what did you do to validate that that information was correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I did nothing to validate that information, like outside of that.
Okay, so for example, that information that was there, it indicates, let's pull up Miss Richins if we wouldn't mind, the state's exhibit where it shows, this one right here.
Okay.
Okay. So can we publish this one, Judge? It's been admitted. So let's look at that 3:08:10 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the 74.14 meters, that comes straight from the extraction report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the 243 feet, I imagine that's something that you converted?
Yes.
Okay. And using what?
Just a Google conversion.
Google conversion.
Yeah.
Okay. And in this device travels, we know that it was 74.14 meters that was registered on the device.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what kind of iPhone was this?
I believe it was an iPhone 12.
Okay. And do you recall what iOS system it had?
I do not.
Okay. Now, did you, for example, going back to, so I can explain myself, did you grab your phone, a phone, and measure the distance from point X to point Y, put the phone in your pocket, walk over there, knowing the distance, walk back, plug in the phone, and see whether the Celebrite data that you received for what you just did in that controlled environment matched what was being produced?
No.
Okay. Did you purchase or have access to the iPhone make and model of Ms. Richins?
No.
On either of her phones that she had?
No.
Did you have access to Mr. Richins' iPhone maker model?
No.
Okay. And you did not do any tests, correct?
Correct.
So these numbers right here that we're seeing, you are speculating that is correct.
I'm not speculating. I'm relying on the data being correct inside the device.
But you have no way of knowing that.
Well, I mean, the examples you're giving are not 100%, wouldn't 100% verify this anyway, I don't think. I think you would have to use the exact device under the exact conditions.
Yeah.
And in any way, for one.
Yeah, so let's go with that. So
and two, and which I didn't do. Which I didn't do.
Real quick. Go on. So let's be clear. We understand you didn't do it. You did have access or could gain access to the environment, correct?
I could.
Okay.
Yes.
So then let's go from there. There are body cams in this case. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to the Richins home?
No.
Okay. Have you seen those body cams?
I've seen some images of the body cams. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen videos of the body cams?
Very few.
Okay. Do you recall a video where one of Miss Richins' phones is handed from one of the EMS to an officer, and then the officer walks over all the way to where Miss Richins is to provide her the phone?
No.
Okay. Had you been aware of that, or had that, rather, I'll be fair to you, had that been told to you by the prosecutors or law enforcement? Having that controlled environment, having this data, having access to the same phone, downloading the same iOS, could you have run a test to see if it was similar? And specifically referring to the 41 meters that's indicated there.
I could.
Okay.
But I mean, your statement just actually opened up why there's a tense movement later on.
It tends to, my questions sometimes tend to do that. Okay, so now let's talk about even the phone unlock lock. Okay, that seems pretty intuitive.
Yeah, the locking
and unlocking.
Yes.
So, for example, when we look at the 319, I'm sorry, can we go back to the other one? I don't know if it was me. Thank you. At 319.39 at the bottom, phone unlocked 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So it was unlocked 3 seconds. Does that mean it was locked at 3 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And then, to be honest, this is just out of curiosity. Why don't we show an unlock before the 321?
Oh no, because that 3.9 that. Oh, I don't know.
Sometimes just things happen, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, we could take that one down. Now, going back to the web searches, okay, just briefly. This was all after, to your knowledge, I imagine you're aware that this was all after, all these searches were done after Ms. Richins knew she was under investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I imagine at that point, and if not, you've probably been made aware of it now, and we've all seen, during that January to March timeframe that you mentioned, that there was a massive deletions in her phone, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
As well as Ms. Lauber's phone?
Yes.
You know that they were purchasing oxys, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Are you aware of what Ms. Richins was doing during that time, either then or now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're a former law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever deal in narcotics?
No.
Okay. You're aware of them?
I am.
Okay. You're aware of purchases?
I am.
You're aware of the criminal mind, perhaps?
I am.
And you're aware that most individuals dealing in drugs might want to delete their information?
Yes.
And like you said, context matters, right?
Context does matter.
Bear with me. Are you familiar with Bayesian inferences?
No.
Okay. Or probability statements?
No.
I'm getting there, I promise. Just want to make sure. Oh, can we pull up the call record for Miss Richins? I think it was the 101, 110 minute one, please. You remember this?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. To be honest, I don't know why you were asked the questions. But this was in March. Could you zoom that in?
Sorry,
Yeah.
those
No, yeah, I know.
those things are.
Zoom it in when you find it, please. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. You remember what we're discussing, right?
I think I do, yes.
Yeah. If you can find the date, that'd be great. I believe it was March 4th or 8th.
And Your Honor, this exhibit on the screen is not marked.
It's February. This says February 11th. It's 3-6, whatever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
March 1st.
Is it March 2nd?
So let's be clear for the record. The jury can't see what you and the witness.
No, we understand. I want to make sure that Katie finds it first,
Okay.
and then we'll
Let me know when you're ready.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, if we could publish it, and we could see the 101 minutes.
Mhm.
Now, the date is March 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you reached out and you found out that was the IRS.
Yeah, I Google searched the number.
Okay.
I know the number.
Yeah. I was gonna.
It ends in 1040. I mean, it's.
It will, and it's a month before tax season.
Yeah.
Correct. So context-wise,
Okay.
not unusual, right?
Not unusual.
Yeah. We could take that down. I do want to make sure did you come on in May 2020? When were you brought on?
Retained. I was retained in May of 2023.
May of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Now you indicated that Verizon holds locations only for 12 months.
Correct.
Now Ms. Richins' phone was seized on April 12th, correct? I'm sorry, April 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, April 13th, I think. Yeah, of 2022.
Of 2022.
Correct.
Now, so by the time you had come on, that information was no longer available.
The records were still available, but records with location data were not.
Correct.
Power data.
Correct. Yes. Okay. And to your knowledge, that's never been obtained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We went through a lot of those PowerPoints indicating where Ms. Lauber was and the communication she had, I think, with Kouri on the right-hand side, and then kind of following.
Yes.
I think you made it clear. Those aren't their actual GPS locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Those are cell towers.
Those are the tower locations, yes.
Right. So every time that the jury sees that little image going with Mr. Crozier,
right,
those are all cell towers.
Right. You're seeing the tower that device is communicating with.
Correct.
At that time.
And so there was a time during your direct that you indicated that I think it was Ms. Lauber was near the Richins' home.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
To be clear, it's not that she was there.
Her device was.
Her device was connected to a cell tower.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with all this information that you have, the call details records, the cell tower information, the Carmen's phone, right? All of that, were you ever able to see, or were you asked whether she went to 75 East, 100 North in Midway?
I believe I was asked to look at that.
Okay. And did you find anything?
It's the data is not that specific.
Okay.
It's not GPS location. It's tower location.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let's talk about those. Okay, I think I'm almost done. I think I am done. Oh, two things. Biometric data.
Okay.
Let's go back to the activity sensor data. Did you go into anywhere in the extraction to locate the height Ms. Richins put in her phone?
I don't recall seeing that.
The whether her weight?
I don't recall seeing that either.
The stride?
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you do that or recall seeing that in Mr. Richins?
No.
Okay. These SMS previews that we have been discussing,
Yes.
are you aware of the different settings that one can do on their phone to either show a preview or not show a preview?
No.
You're not familiar with those?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have an iPhone?
I don't.
Okay. We disagree on a lot of things then. Fair. So you wouldn't have done anything there to check, or did you do anything to check her settings?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if on her settings in her iPhone there was an automatic play previews?
No.
Okay. One second. May I have the white voice, Judge? For clarification purposes, that I was talking about the web searches. I did not specify, and I want to make sure we get it clear. Those came from the blue phone.
Correct.
So those were after the April 13th, April 12th, when the white phone was seized, correct?
Correct.
After Ms. Richins obviously had been under investigation.
Correct.
Correct. After her, I'm not sure if you're aware, after her home was searched.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay, but it was on the blue phone.
Yes.
None of these web searches were on the other phones, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
Ms. Sherman, within the scope of cross.
Sorry. Sticky notes.
Two things I want to follow up with you on. We talked a little bit about CDR data and Wi-Fi, maybe why things wouldn't show up on Wi-Fi.
Sure.
What type of messaging can happen over Wi-Fi?
Most app messaging happens over Wi-Fi. So third-party apps like WhatsApp, Kik, Signal, those types of apps. But also, again, iMessage.
And so when talking about those 3 image files located on Ms. Richins' phone from March 4th, 2022 at 8:29 a.m., we don't know all of the information about those because it was deleted.
Correct.
If it hadn't been deleted, we'd know more.
We might.
Talking about the web searches on the blue phone, when you looked through and analyzed that blue phone, nothing indicated to you that that blue phone was being used by someone else.
Correct.
I want to talk about Exhibit 3-14D. And this is the device. Scott, we could put that one up.
One moment, please. The witness has it. Do you want to publish it?
Please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, you made this exhibit in conjunction with the context of what was happening during this time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Meaning that you looked at messages between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins during this time frame.
Yes.
And in those messages, Kouri Richins was telling Eric Richins to go take a nap.
Yes.
And based on what you've created with this exhibit, does this movement in context indicate to you that during this time frame, Mr. Richins could have been laying down or
Yes.
not moving?
Yes.
I want to talk about this activity sensor data. That data is proprietary to Apple.
Yes.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but Apple probably puts a lot of money into making that data.
I'm sure they do.
They want it to be correct for
Yes.
their users,
Yes.
and they would want it to be accurate for their users
Yes.
because their users want that activity data to reflect what they're actually doing.
Yes.
Have you looked at activity data in other phone downloads that you've analyzed?
Yes.
And looking at phone activity data for other hundreds, maybe thousands of phones that you've analyzed, have you been able to tell if that data can be checked in other cases? Meaning that if somebody said, hey, I went for a 1 mile walk today, giving you a hypothetical, and then you could look at their phone and say that they went for a 1 mile walk. Have you been able to look at that type of data in other phones and verify that it reports in the way you would expect?
Are you asking about corroborating witness statements based on their activity in their devices?
Right.
Yes.
That activity data in other cases when you've analyzed it has been accurate and corroborated by other information?
In my experience, yes.
Just a minute. That's all I've got for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, within the scope of redirect?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Judge. Indicated that
You indicated that Mr. Burnett was talking about the information that was deleted.
Yes.
Regarding those thumbnails, GIFs, correct?
Yes.
Certainly, it would have been better for all of us.
It would have.
Does that file path and the information tell you who deleted it?
No.
And as you explained with the garbage collection, it could have been that way, correct?
It would have to be, it would have, if it wasn't deleted from the device, it would not have ended up there. There would be a remnant of it.
Right.
Yeah, it would be a data line.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about that you did not investigate or you don't have any reason to believe that anybody else had the blue iPhone. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you said that no.
Yes.
How do you come to that conclusion?
The big thing for me is there is a text in that phone from that device to Mr. Grossman in which the defendant indicates that.
So to be clear,
yes,
I'm not saying that the phone wasn't Miss Richins.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
My question is.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah. So I'll clarify my question to make sure I'm asking it right.
All right.
Is your testimony that there was nobody else who had access to that phone at all?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's my question. Now, you were asked about Apple software and proprietary software, and did you attempt to get information from anywhere else, whether it's Apple, whether it's another peer, whether it's another case, where you can get the information that you have in these extractions to validate it?
I kind of don't understand that
Sure,
question.
I'll rephrase.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand that you don't work for Apple.
No, I don't.
That you don't know how it works. That you don't know how the activity sensor data is logged, correct?
I don't know what their programming looks like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you make any efforts in this case with this information to try to validate that the information you had was up to Apple standards?
No.
You indicated that you've been able to rely on other cases before. How many cases?
At least 100.
And so in those cases with activity sensor data, in those you did test?
Oh, okay. So analyze data in phones, at least 100 phones. There have probably been, I apologize, there have probably been a dozen or so cases where I've had to corroborate like witness statements and suspect statements, that type of thing, against their phones. And I have not found any inaccuracies.
I misunderstood. You, in those cases, corroborated the data that you received, but you did not run tests to make sure that the data you had was accurate.
Not physical tests, no.
Correct. Okay. That's all I have to know. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. You started to describe how you knew that no one else was using Kouri Richins' blue phone.
Yes.
There was a text message that indicated to you how you know that.
Yes.
How did that message indicate it to you?
Not word for word or verbatim.
Summarize the message.
The message summary was a text from the new number, the 9592 number, which is the blue phone number, to Josh Grossman's phone. And Ms. Richins indicated to Mr. Grossman in that text that she had activated one of, I believe it was her mom's phones, and she would be using that now. So, to that effect.
So she told him, this is the phone I'm using to contact you now.
Yes.
That's all my question.
No.
May we release this witness, counsel?
Subject to rebuttal if we need him.
Understood.
If we could not release him from the subpoena.
You are still subject to subpoena, so that means you can't, well, he's an expert, so the exclusionary rule does not apply to him, correct, Mr. Ramos? Okay. Maybe we'll see you in the future. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate
it. Okay. Now's a good time to recess for the day, Mr. Rubnik, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All right.
Please
So
affirmatively avoid talking about or listening to anything about this
we'll
case.
stop
Avoid any
this.
person that's trying to talk.
And we will now move on to today's testimony of March 3rd. So one moment, let me get everything set up here. I don't know if I'll be able to do all of today just because been streaming for quite some time, but I'll do my best here. Okay, court TV, where, yeah. This is going to be day 7. Let's get it shared. Skip all that stuff.
If not all of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is.
Let's just go to morning witness, kind of bypass this stuff here.
Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
Ms. Carrington, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
And we're going to get
Well,
into
it
the
is based on accounting, but it takes it
financial
some
crimes,
extra
sounds like.
steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial
Sure why that's
documentation.
the
that I look at.
members only.
More of
That's
a narrative?
interesting.
Yes.
But okay.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. And I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's business school.
Did you also have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
Two hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants?
That's correct, yes.
And both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or 2, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe two, with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sale agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPCs for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the Big Midway house.
Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people, interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the Big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for Big Midway house. I feel like I'm missing somebody, but
Did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
yes, I did.
Can we push for just a moment?
What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements because that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then, I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account. And then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you applied your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' accounts.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please? Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
It requires a password. Your Honor.
No problem.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that K. Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
No objection.
Stage 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please? Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is K. Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, K. Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether K. Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
Yes, it's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
let me stop you there. We'll unpack this.
Okay. Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
No.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct.
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000.
That's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees.
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, this is a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So like in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So 91,000 each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000?
That's what that says. Yes.
And that cost $2,000 in fees.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
No objection.
5-109D is admitted.
Okay, can we go in, Scott, please zoom on that, that kind of left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs. And so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts. And they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. Then there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
Thanks, Scott.
It's frozen up. No problem. Let's fix it. One moment, please. Scott, if you unplug and plug back in. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October, there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo. Foxtrot. Golf. Hotel. Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 5-29D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 5-29D to publish? Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to, or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
That's okay. If you promise to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lav off, this will work.
I just turned it off. Yeah.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
And I don't really agree.
And please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. This is where, Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. I don't know. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This is that PO Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative 1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive and you can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? back to the first page, transactions, sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals, Chemical Bank is the payment on the HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop a little bit up, please. Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these four names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are four payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so.
Sure. Are you also, well, go down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
So I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account. And then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up. And then there's those daily payments that she has to pay. And then she gets another bump of $18,900. And then down here at the bottom, you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account. And so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, Fund Fi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. Fund Fi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans? And so she's obligated herself on these, the consistent for $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the Fund Fi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that these were the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye that something obviously was going on at this time. You know, here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please? She has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680. And then she used that money, as you can see, you just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, you know, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. You know, she pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, yeah, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand where this money is coming from, who these lenders are, where the money is going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. Let me take, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, in the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same in, adding new lenders consistently and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Does she deplete whenever she receives funds into the account? Does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please. 5-113. Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on
Something is going on their end. So, I mean, look at this. Total debt owed. Over $1 million. We're looking at almost 2 million. 2.4, 2.8. It just keeps going. Like 6 million. Dang, girl.
Her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it August and February.
That's correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021.
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, credit cards, payday loans, and so I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt.
That's right.
Which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. And for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 month. She'd borrow here and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments. And so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please? Is this again then the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it pretty much does, yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones, and so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott.
Keep in mind, she did
Does understanding Kouri Richins'
just
debt narrative
at that time in the beginning of March close
loan?
on a,
Yes.
I guess like a mini mansion.
When she started her
Worth
business,
several
the home
million
equity line
dollars.
of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
State 6-1 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half. Ma'am, what information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is a transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description. And then finally, there's the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, maybe the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89, Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month, and the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed.
That's right. And so I've got like then on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative 250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC?
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir. And there you go, Mr. Putnam.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Hey, can you stop there for just a minute?
One more page. Okay. I now understand. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check. Ma'am, who's the check made out to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
You lay a little foundation.
Ms. Carrington, who was the Who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second? Would you admit 5-7?
I did not. I do so now.
Okay. Any additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
None other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
Okay. 5-7 is admitted. There you go.
Ms. Carrington, what are we looking at?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that 60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second. You can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Scott, can I get 6-23D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
It's just the one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called a purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties in these years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. managing growth is really challenging. And managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get
were.
there in a minute. Thank you. I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got it planned out right after.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So it's called, I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I'm going to interrupt. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom, rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yep. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that K. Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that $400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart.
That's right.
But you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees. So yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example. Okay.
Okay.
So she purchased that house for $215,000. Is that right?
That's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it.
Yes.
She had $7,000 in closing costs.
Yes.
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
That's right.
And is that why it is color coded red on your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and then she rehabbed it.
That's correct.
And she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes.
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802.
And how do you know that?
Because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statements?
Yes.
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
Yes.
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your... So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill Creek example? Okay. Make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that she purchased the Mill Creek house for $650,000?
Yes.
And that she borrowed 3 times right away, $721,115 and $41.
Yeah, so she bought this in March. So the borrowed funds of $721 is what she borrowed out of the gate. And then the $115 came a few months later.
Okay. And how about the $41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes.
She sold it for $1,115,000.
That's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to repay what she bought on it. And she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right. That's just the loan. And you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
Why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was she had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So.
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes.
How much did you trace to this project?
$188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more. Yeah.
There could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
This was a big project, and yes.
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project?
At least that, yes.
Maybe more?
Yes.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang and go to the far right column. Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure.
Okay.
Because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column? Okay, I just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back and address the Barney house.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a...
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So, Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is
sure you're not waiting on me, right? Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in additional instruction, please listen carefully. You are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to lenders and other individuals and entities were not accurate during the time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, when we left off, we had highlighted the column labeled 299/Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What does 299/Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that house.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard, and the interest rates are higher than conventional loans like from a bank or a credit union typically. They also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And the terms are defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. You know, the default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms. Yeah.
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
They do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes.
Did you review materials in Iron Bridge's loan file? Scott, can I get 5-57, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty. The account 6577, May of 2021, and this was directly from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you. Your Honor, move to admit 5-7.
5-57 is admitted.
Scott, if you could kind of zoom in on the top portion. Yep. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
I know that screen was frozen.
So, as I
That's
said,
on their
there's the header,
end.
Kouri Richins Realty LLC. The account number is 6577, and the statement of May 2021. And then,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
I think the witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now. Sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, if you can zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the K. Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that PO Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stonemasonry, which is Eric Richins' account company. And this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Same objection.
5-32B is admitted.
And what, ma'am, does this present?
So in the header, we can see the company is C&E Stonemasonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those 3 accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of K. Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stonemasonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get exhibit 2-6, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, and this was from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's see. Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Kouri's? Mike, I'm sorry, let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Kouri's statement?
Your Honor, the email was bottom up.
Right.
The state needs to admit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins, the effect here being Ms. Richins. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they not consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain objection to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see Ms. Richins' portion of the email string. You may consider, for any purpose, to whatever extent you the other portions of the email string, you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Publish 2-6.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Great. In case I didn't say 2-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the bottom and enlarge that, please. Yes. And then Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please. Thank you, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
No.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott Wright, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is a bait. It's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from Iron Bridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge, and the loan amount where it says principal amount is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
Okay. But then everything was due on January the 8th, 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And did she use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up? Real quick, Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott. Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Darden Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
It's enlarged.
Oh, doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Darden Richins' account using that PO Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021. And the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the statement was 532A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stonemasonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are 3 accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for a minute? Moving to admit 2-7.
Yes, Your Honor.
States 2-7 is admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry again, was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of, thank you.
Here, just in case they don't read it, or like, because they didn't do that yesterday with the text. I will. And this says, I have been doing real estate investing for 4 years, from fix and flip projects to buy and holds to investing in companies and wholesaling. I have done small projects as low as $2,500 for an auction home up to selling multi-million-dollar fix and flip projects. I have a master's degree in human resources, in which has become very valuable in running my company of 147 employees based out of Park City, Utah. I am currently working on my general contractor's license that will be completed within the next month. I have been certified through, I think it's Renatus Real Estate Investment Education, and I also obtained a real estate license. In my last 5 deals alone, I have profited nearly $1 million. I am very confident in my work, in my team, and my, I don't know what the rest of this says because it's blocked there. She profited $1 million, but she lost more than she gained.
Ms. Carrington, did you analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine if she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, $1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Okay. And is it call it 1,500 to 2,500 weekly, biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying. I don't think paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5?
Same objections.
4-5 is admitted.
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, Scott, can you scroll down 1 page? 2 pages? 3 pages? 4 pages? Your Honor, stop there. Article 4 is that's the relevancy.
Okay. I may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
Publish, Your Honor.
Now.
Actually, Scott, can you bring us back to the front?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Ms. Carrington, what is this document?
This is the operating agreement of Kouri Richins Realty, dated June 7th of 2021. And this was provided by Excel Financial and David Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4. Thank you. Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Ige in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61 is admitted.
Ma'am, what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those 3 accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, oh, I'm sorry. getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Scott 5-32D. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September of 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-32D.
Same objections.
5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
That for the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were $169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29B, split screened with 5-29C? Ma'am, do these documents follow the same pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
I don't know what.
It's just 562.
Would
I
you
don't
like to
know.
see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes. So same objections to 529C and 529D. I don't remember seeing 562. So if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay. 5-62 and 5-29B and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of three. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second? Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct. Okay. Would you say the number again?
5-24.
The witness has it. Because I think.
I do have
Okay.
I'm tracking the wrong. I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's right.
That's not what's on my. Okay. Hold on. I had a screen problem.
Do we need to do something to help you?
No, I think we're good now.
Okay. The page that I'm seeing and the witness is seeing a sticker on it. Can we go back to page 1 so I can make sure? 5-24, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I apologize, Scott. I go back to wherever Mr. Bloodworth wanted you to be.
That's page 149. So, Scott, can you please bring up 5-29E? And then
Come on, Court
5-32.
TV, get it together.
Ma'am, those documents follow the same pattern you just testified to.
They do.
Your Honor, statements 24, 529E, 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
524, 529E, and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in 149. Scott, can you bring up 5-29F and 5-32F? Ma'am, do those two documents, along with 524 at page 152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
Ma'am, I want to ask you now about a $45,000 set of wire transfers related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment.
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, Scott, can you bring up exhibit 2-19DR?
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
There's several pages, Your Honor. And just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1? States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted. Did this witness see this document?
Yes, she did.
Okay, take it from there.
And just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string. Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Kouri Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
It would be so nice, like they do with other trials, that they have the witness read the text. I'm going to see if I can wind a little bit here and kind of read it. Okay, so from friend, I'll also let you know I'm down payment when I get that. It will be this week, but don't stress, it will be affordable for what you have, no worries. I believe these are Kouri's texts to somebody. Something, let's see. I don't know what that is. It says, "Oh hell no. The kids are probably so damn confused. It's sad. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again."
And Kouri Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
Says, "Hey Chels. Okay, couple things. Do you have any paint left over at your house? My mom said she used some kind of paint to touch up a cabinet there, and she was pretty sure she left it with the other colors. It would have been darker gray. We're gonna be closing on your house Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as a down payment?" And they reply, "Oh, yes. Sorry, she texted me about it and I forgot to text her back that I found it. Okay, what are they wanting as one?" I don't know what this is about. And another, let's see here, from Kouri. "Oh, ha, no worries. Will you set it on your front porch and she will run and grab it? $59,000. Don't freak. I knew you only had around $47,000. So I want to see what you're comfortable with and I'll float the rest. You guys will be seller financing it from me. So what will happen is I'll close on it in my name Tuesday, and then we're going to set another closing for 2 weeks to close to change it into your name." And this, by the way, is January 9th, 2022. Okay. Oh, and then friend responds, "Okay, it's out on the porch. Let me count my cash and see all that I have. I have 40 for sure. Let me see what all I made over the last couple months." They say, "Again, I am doing my taxes tonight, so depending how fast that comes, I can use that. If I do need you to front me some, I'll pay you back with my taxes." Cory responds, "Okay, no, I'm springing this on you last minute. They are just finishing docs. I knew I would have to float some cash, not stressed. All is well. Just ready to get this wrapped up so I can pay out my lenders and put this in a long-term loan. So don't worry about paying me back. It will just be wrapped in the loan. If you can do around 45K, that would be perfect. If not, don't stress. Yeah, fucking wild. I'll have to probably call you though. Ha, it's a lot to text. Cool, I'll text my mom. Thank you. Friend responds, okay. I will count how much I have. I'm sure I can do 45, no problem. Okay, call when you can. Corey says, sweet. Okay, will do. Friend says, okay, I've got $45,000. Corey says, woot. Okay, can you deposit in your bank tomorrow? And then just wire it to my account, and then I'll wire it to the title company. Then I'll send you the receipt and docs. That was on January 10th of 2022. Friend responds, yes, I will do that tomorrow. Corey says, awesome, here's my information. And then reason down payment 299E 100S. Don't know what that means. I'm kind of nervous, huh? That's from Corey. Friend says, okay, I'm so excited, but scared as hell, huh? Oh boy, let me know how that goes. I feel so bad for him. He posted a picture of him and the kids today. Just them. No, Allie. Okay. Who's him? Corey says, ha ha, I bet. It's so much money and your own house. Eek, how exciting. I totally will. I do too. I can't believe how much he's still respecting her and won't tell his parents or anything because he doesn't want anyone to think bad of her. Like, what? I just want to shake her. Friend responds, yes. I just hope I can get back on track and develop a savings again. Ha! Not that that was much, but I thought so. Oh, I want to fucking slap her. She's such a bitch, and I can't believe he's being so nice still. No idea who they're talking about. Corey says, hey, you're not wanting Derek on title, right? Just you? Written as Chelsea Barney? She says, correct. I am waiting for UCCU to transfer the rest of my money into my MACU account, and I will send it right over. I'll have to tell you how this lady was at the bank about me depositing my cash. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, no worries. Oh God, did they think you robbed a bank or something? This lady was such a bee. I will have to call and tell you. One sec, I'm finishing volunteering at the school. Give me 15. It was on January 11th. What's your bank? The friend asks. America First Credit Union, she says. Friend says, okay, I don't know if my bank is weird or what, but it sent you 2 trial deposits. When you get them, let me know the amount they both are that they sent. Then I can send the rest. She sends a blank text. Definitely weird. I have never heard of that, says Kouri. I know. It's asking for all these questions. Would Venmo work? No, you can't Venmo that much. Venmo takes out, I think is what she meant, takes out at 5K. Or no, excuse me, Venmo maxes out at 5K. Did you go into your bank and do it? No, I was trying to do it online. Will I have to go in? Yes, if you can. It's so much easier. Okay, ha. I just asked when Derek is home, 'cause Burks is sleeping, then I'll go in. Ha. Sorry, friend. Ha ha, no biggie. Holy shit, I did it. You will get 2. UCCU will be 18,300 and MECU will be 26,700. Wahoo. It was on January 11th of 2022. Ha ha ha. You did your first wire transfer, Chels. Congratulations. Ha ha. I go about 10 of those a week. That's how my business functions. Okay, I'll let you know when funds are received. It will be first thing in the morning. Jesus, that was difficult for me. Ha ha. But now I know what to do if I ever have to do it again. Okay, thanks, friend. And Kouri replies, laughing at that. Forgot to text you. Wires received this morning. Are you working Saturday? Yay. Yes, I am working Saturday.
Thank you. That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those 2 wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at Bates 794. Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Rick? Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Carrington, what is this again?
This is the Kouri Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you trace those 2 wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do well, let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those two wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left, at the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you please show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, the middle transaction. That went to the family account, the 2204 that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloder.
And sorry. And then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for the another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account, and
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account. And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union statement of the family account 2204 of February 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions. And this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page. Yes. Thank you. So you can see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to FundFi for Kouri Richins.
And FundFi was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire or the outgoing wire. And it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is Fundify Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Let's go back to the loans for a minute.
So just like I posted in chat a little bit ago, because I have been now streaming at this point almost 7 hours, I am going to stop once they break for lunch, and then tomorrow morning, prior to the court starting, I'll pick up on the second half of the day from today, and then stream right into all of tomorrow as well. So I'm getting pretty tired here.
You testified earlier that the Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Object to speculation.
Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that's when the operating agreement that now showed Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount in the bank account statement in order to close. And the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Did K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with the Iron Bridge loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
1240 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Ms. Carrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break.
Okay, and that is it. And like I said, tomorrow morning I'll pick up on with the second half of today, prior to court starting at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time. I guess they're starting like an hour later tomorrow. Also a reminder, no court on Friday. but I don't know if they're gonna have any kind of voir dires or anything on Friday, so I guess we'll find out later. So I'll start a few hours before 9:30 tomorrow morning, so maybe I don't know 6:30 or 7:30. And yeah, other than that, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye.